Alright, how's everybody doing? Oh, I haven't spoken yet today. Ow. Good to see all you over here having a wonderful day thus far. Hey Mick, hey Superman, hey Phil, hey Loading Screen, Fries, Troll, Tarnman, uh, Glenny. Good to see the BG3 addiction is taking hold. Love to see it. Love to see it. Hey Celestial. Hey Danny. Who else we got? Hey Seth. Hey Forgotten Menace. Hey Lee. Hey Say. Mandy. Exile. So many people. Lovely to see all of you. I gotta get up a few minutes. In a few minutes, I'm actually having food in like a reasonable hour because I felt bad about the idea of ordering lunch because I don't like making people drive when the roads are awful, and I don't want anyone to slip on the ice or anything. So I'm metagaming and accounting for the fact that I don't really have anything I could just grab for lunch, and I'm making myself breakfast. So I gotta go check the oven in like 5 minutes. Hey Kisame, how are you? Hey Chaotix. Thank you for the streaks. Big streaks here. Shame the Twitch doesn't have a 69 streak message. Hey Anna, thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Alright, let's continue Nihil. We're here in Act 3. Did I remember to put in my notepad something to test? I need to make a note. So, we ended up going, we're just shy of level 12, but we ended up playing mostly just Hexblade for this run, for this Solo Honor 0 AC run. But now I need to test, on a testing save, as in a run where I didn't mod my AC to be super low. Need to test the behavior of Armor of Hexes. Honestly, I could actually use Connor to test that. I should get out of Act 1. A lot of people spend dozens of hours in Act 1, Glenny. We're gonna start with some testing here, just because I'm curious. Alright, this ability score ring gives me this action, change armor class, reset it. Alright, so this is what my AC is supposed to be, 15.
Don't want to draw any attention.
So he needs to have Hexblade's Curse on him. Right, okay.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
This medicatrix.
Okay. So yeah, the way this ability works normally is when someone you've cursed with Hexblade's Curse is about to hit you, you could spend a reaction point to flip a coin, 50% chance to change the attack into a nat 1. So what happens... Put my AC to exactly 0. Alright, that was a Armor of Hex's failure.
This medicatrix.
Just a flat 50-50? Yeah.
can't wait to sleep.
So, zero AC has mechanical benefits. If you reroll an enemy's attack into a natural one, it crits you. Which is detrimental sometimes, but it is very, very beneficial for retaliation, because I just get to do more damage. So that's very fun. Now let's see if that happens at 1 AC. I'm gonna have to re-hex this guy.
This medicatrix.
Oh, first try.
Be cautious.
This medicatrix.
So that was a fail.
And a whisper.
This medicatrix.
Just a bit of science before we get into things, you know?
Out of sight.
That was also a fail.
This medicatrix.
So it works at 1 as well. So 1 AC or less, seemingly. So in terms of, in an unmodded game, in terms of how low you can get your AC, if I had 8 dexterity instead of 16 right now, I would be at 9 AC. I could have a dinosaur spit on me to take me to 4 AC. Getting below 4 would be difficult. If I stood on an acid surface, I could get to 2. Taking my AC below that, if I could get Palma's Wrath active, that would take me to 0. So, for anyone who doesn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about here, it's basically massively, massively beneficial for retaliation builds that happen to have 10 levels of Hexblade to get their AC to 1 or lower, because of how the game handles that role. And I think that's neat. So anyway, I'll be right back.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Look at this low honor gamer.
Hey, Irish, thank you for the 46 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Slender Flow crit goes through crit immunity, right? Yeah. Mirrors -2 dex? Yeah, that's an option. There's also for extremely short windows of time. The Houndmaster in the Cemetery has like a custom version of Hunter's Mark. I think it only lasts like 2 or 3 turns, but you do get minus AC while that's on you. So I don't know, maybe that's an option. Looking at it in the script. Does it have any similarities to things like Warding Flare, Adrix? I'm doing well so far? Yeah. Having a chill there. No. Alright, let's put Connor away. Get to it.
Always room for more. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I don't want to get annoyed in Splendor. A big thing you can do here in Act 3 is there are so many bonuses available for your saving throws that you can just make it so you can't really fail anything that's not an extremely high DC.
Watch how you go.
So for example, Wisdom saving throws. You see a lot of players worried about Stunning Gaze from Ballists. It's a DC 16 Wisdom save. You can get enough bonuses that even without really gearing for it, you can have plus 15 here in Act 3. So not really an issue. Alright, this hammer is something that we want. This Slay the Wicked passive is a bonus that will apply to our retaliation effects. So if we get hit by a fiend or undead, we'll get a d6 of bludgeoning damage on each of our existing retaliation effects. So maybe I use that on Answer. That'd be funny. Maybe try to get him to be bludgeoning ball. That'd be hard. Sticking brittle to him would be very, very hard. I guess I could equip a water elemental spell save DC gear. Hey Keith.
Best be on my way.
Alright, still just shy of the level. So let's get that XP. Getting Duelist Prerogative would also be nice. The only similarity I see is they both work as an interrupt. Might just be an interrupt behavior, though. I mean, we kind of knew that, but... Would Colossus Slayer do anything for retaliation build? I don't believe Colossus Slayer triggers from anything other than your weapon attacks. But it's possible it'll trigger from a weapon attack triggered retaliation effect. I don't think so. I don't remember that working. But I'm not going to say definitively that it doesn't. And there's the level.
Before you ask, I ain't got none of that plum prosecco. Now, what can I get you, newcomer?
One uses the function set roll to lower the roll to a 1, other uses set disadvantage. So not really very similar at all. Good to know. This one. We're gonna buy Essence of Ether here. I don't see myself using it. But, Essence of Ether is a free action consumable, much like Terrazul. And, it doesn't do haste stuff like Terrazul does. Instead, it puts you to sleep. So if I want to make someone just have a free crit on me, I can use that in a pinch. Go Boots of Persistence. Frees up a slot here. I guess it's Callous Glow O'Clock, right? Sure. Any specific reason we want Nature Cleric or 1 levels for Shillelagh? Yeah. Heavy armor proficiency in Shillelagh.
Very well.
Also, Sanctuary has been very useful.
You buying or selling?
I need to keep some quantity of throwables on me. For, Pact of the Blade purposes.
We're all on the same side, friend.
Ready to do some business? I survived the hell when Elturel fell. Compared to that, slipping out of Moonrise was child's play.
There's not a lot of trust in the Guildhall Blade.
Scared shitless of this Stone Lord, you mean? Which is exactly why you cross eyes.
This one item puts you to sleep for free. This one, Essence of Ether. We'll put an elf or drow to sleep? Don't think so. Another effect that uses set roll is Portent dice, so I'm thinking if you roll a 1 on Portent and get hit, set the attack to a 1, should get crit. Okay, that's pretty good. That's definitely a lot less of a level investment for retaliation. It's good to know. Because that means, in theory, you could get that tech going with just 2 levels of Wizard in the build. It's not an alchemical ingredient. No, it's one of the drugs. Not tested, though. It's still worth thinking about. The bartender watching her God spike armor obliterate his door and has to trade for a single bowl of ether. Alright, level 11 Warlock. We get our Mystic Arcanum. Basically, we get a single-use prolonged rest of a 6th level spell without actually having 6th level spell casting. Arcane Gate and Arcane Gate, excuse me, Create Undead are good picks here because they are not available in at least spammable form. Now, there is a ring for Create Undead, but you have to keep that ring equipped. Arcane Gate isn't good, but it is funny. Eyebite, there's scrolls of, but it's so good that just having a use for it, a use of it, rather, is, like, arguably worth. How much do I feel like managing summons, is my question. The Mummy's a really good summon. Like, it's quite good. But if I'm already being lazy about my summon uses... I could also do something silly like set up Arcane Gate in the answer fight. So let's take that because it's funny. What's the mod for AC if I wanted to experiment? It's like choose your scores or something like that. It's in the in-game mod manager. Also, holy shit, her abs. Sorry, I got distracted. What enemies prioritized you? So in the early game, enemies were not prioritizing me, even though like us and Lae'zel and whatnot had more AC than me. Old person probably makes the most sense here, because it'll automatically be upcast to 4th level. I could see a couple applications of that. I really like Arms of Hadar, though. How many people am I even going to be fighting? Not many. See the crazy thing Mark pulled off for his Grim last night? Yeah, I was there. That was pretty sick. I have used the Lava Elemental on Grim before, but not in such a direct sense. So I think that was really cool. What would be your choice for 3rd feat for Hunter Ranger outside of Alert and Sharpshooter? Kind of depends on what you need. If you're trying to increase your damage output, Dual Wielder. That is your damage output for an archery type build. That'd be Dual Wielder for sure. If you're doing melee stuff, then there's an argument for Mobile, because movement speed is good, and it also allows you to do hit and run stuff. There's an argument for Tough, there's an argument for Heavy Armor Master. So, one of those. I have a love-hate relationship with Sharpshooter. I know it's toggleable, even with advantage. I have the worst time setting stuff. Yeah, Sharpshooter isn't a good feat in this game, because of context. In a vacuum, you know, getting a plus 10 damage increase is good, especially if you're kicking out arrows of slaying, especially if you're shooting with vulnerability. It's good, but the thing is, bows without Sharpshooter are still the top damage category across all weapons in this game. So, murdering your accuracy and giving up a feat to make the strongest weapons still the strongest weapons, except with inconsistency, isn't ideal. Like, contrast Great Weapon Master and Tavern Brawler. Great Weapon Master has the same accuracy penalty as Sharpshooter, but you have the entire additional functionality of if you get a crit or a kill, you get to make a full weapon attack as a bonus action, and that's very, very good. Contrast Tavern Brawler, where you get an ability score increase, and you gain accuracy instead of losing accuracy. You gain it. So of those three, Sharpshooter is just the least desirable. This doesn't mean that I don't sometimes take it, but it is not hanging with the value of several other feats that I consider to be core for builds in this game. Like, you're gonna see me recommend Sharpshooter far less frequently than you hear me bring up Great Weapon Master, Tavern Brawler, Mobile, Alert, Dual Wielder, Tough, Magic Initiate Wizard. Irish is kidding when he says take ASI, it's the best. Ability score increase is comfortable, but it is almost always the least desirable feat you can take. Not always, but almost. What level would you recommend I get before I go to Grimforge? I'd say level 4 or 5, depending on your comfort level. 4 is comfortable, and it means you'll get level 5 extremely quickly. I personally like waiting till level 5 to get a tiny bit more out of the exploration spots. Is Heavy Armor Master good on Ranger? Yes, because Heavy Armor Master is good. And Rangers have heavy armor proficiency, so... Ranger resistance for some elements. That's like asking if water is good because you eat food sometimes.
You seek help.
What?
You are in the
Okay,
right
and?
place.
The House of Grief welcomes you and stands ready to ease your troubles.
Sounds like there's gold inside. They're proceeds? Alright, time to skulk about.
You know, it doesn't get as much value as a rogue. Not really true. Not how that works at all. Heavy Armor Master is still +1 to your strength, and as long as you're wearing heavy armor in your chest slot, anytime you take slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning damage, you take 3 less per instance. You want to guess what the most common 3 incoming damage types in the game are? Just guess. And notice how I said per instance. So, like, let's say you're in a room of 10 archers. They all shoot you. They all hit you. You're mitigating up to 30 damage, assuming each of them is hitting you twice. Once, rather. Or twice, yeah. My brain works. Physical, those types. So, again, slashing, piercing, bludgeoning. It is all slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. Slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning make up a majority of incoming damage in the game. Everyone in this game that you fight who is holding a weapon that is not a flame blade or shadow blade is using at least one of those damage types. What's not clicking here? What was that off? I lack the knowledge base to do a full solo honor, but I tend to run duos, trios. The amount of times my ranger will still get in close range because something decided to bomb rush me instead of my allies, rather get to melee and risk an opportunity attack, no point in handicapping myself. I mean, building on that, despite the name, rangers are not biased towards archery. I know, this is a weird name choice, but like it's more like the range, not like doing range stuff. But rangers have exactly the same support for melee as they do range. There is no bias among the class features. Everything they have applies to both. So like, just do both. Remember, there's only one ranger companion, and he does not have a ranged weapon. Yeah.
Breathe deep and move.
Boo is a thrown weapon, that counts. That's true, that's true. Should I actually run persistence? No, we're just going to the mirror right now, right? Before we do that. But yeah, while I'm walking to the bar to steal from Ethel, really can't stress enough that damage reduction is good. And Heavy Armor Master is 3 of it to the most common incoming damage types. There is no other feat that directly gives damage reduction. It is the only one of its kind. And it also gives you +1 strength. Heavy Armor Master is incredibly good.
Unless the maid is on fire, shove off. Actually, just leave me to burn. Oh, bloody hangover.
Be honest, there's 2 combats preventing me from having the courage to commit to solo 1 or Anders and the Spectator. Okay, both are optional, and you don't have to do either. If those are hang-ups for you.
That's the last time I hit the meat that Captain Grizzly. I don't need any attention right now. What do we have here?
Even in duos, Anders is a bitch and a half unless I'm actively kiting him. He's only a bitch and a half if you let him hit you. Let me amend that. He has no range capability at all. He doesn't have enhanced mobility. He's just a smite merchant. That's all he's got. So don't let him do that to you.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Or, if you're gonna let him do it, be tanky enough that him hitting you twice isn't a threat to you. And getting radiant resistance at that part of the game is hard. You can have slashing resistance, though, and crit immunity, with damage reduction from, say, Adamantine Split.
I can take one, please.
You can also just throw him off the roof, that's what I usually do, yeah.
Close the maid early. But then the both seem to be grumpy. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Let's get even out. What to choose? From your pocket to mine.
And as for the Spectator, every Spectator fight in the game is optional. All of them, 100% of them. You never ever need to fight one unless you are choosing to do it. But the things to have for Spectator fights are you want paralysis immunity, you want necrotic resistance, and you want, if possible, fear immunity. If you do not have paralysis immunity, do not fight a Spectator at all. Don't do it. If you don't have necrotic resistance, I would advise against it. But you can get away with that. But if you don't have paralysis immunity, you have no business doing it. Yeah, Ethel doesn't care if you try to steal from her here. I only noticed that recently.
That's the last time I hit the meat that hard.
Did beat him in trios at level 2 one time. The unpucker break was necessary. Alright, so, like, even getting there at level 2 is actively an exercise in screwing yourself over. Like, it is difficult to get to the Underdark without having the XP for level 3. But even if you do, you kind of have to go out of your way to trigger that fight. So, like, don't do that. That's one of the biggest points of advice I can give you for running honor mode in this game. If there's a fight you don't have to do, don't do it until you have the requisite stuff. From wearing armor, persistence, and use Blade Ward, do they stack? No. Resistances do not stack. Neither do vulnerabilities. It's like advantage and disadvantage. They don't stack, they neutralize each other, but they don't stack. Let me check this, Adrix. I should have checked Discord before I went live. Good discussion in there. And that was with how much AC, Adrix? Was that 1, 0, or less? One AC? Cool. Yeah, getting a surprise round against the Spectator certainly helps. But again, like, the self-control thing that I'm preaching here, you can apply this across your entire run. You do not have to pick a fight with the biggest, baddest thing in the room before you've prepped for it. Like, you don't ever have to do it at all. But even if you want to do, say, an all-bosses run, you have complete control over the order you do things. Only very rarely does the game tell you, alright, if you do this too early, you lose out on this. That's rare. So, like, that Spectator is there forever until you lose access to that map. So you could be level 11 with absolutely nothing left alive before going into the Shadowfell and just roll up to the Spectator if you wanted to.
Breathe quiet.
Hi, Kev. Hard to keep horns active with how much I'm healing. Do that for now. Gotta get paralysis immunity, elixir, or the spell at level 7 of Bard, Druid, and Cleric, or the ring from Act 2.
What path lies before me?
There's a hole back there.
Curious.
Cat.
Looks like someone made a little den for themselves here.
No tears for such fools. They are unworthy of Lady Shah's truth and doom themselves. We shall leave them behind. The Night Singer shall lead us to
I've decided I'm gonna roll good. By I'm gonna roll good, I mean I'm giving this 5 attempts. And if not, I'll do my usual strat.
each of you has suffered in your own way and sought out the Night Singer. The gift of loss will soothe all woes, but only for those who deserve it. Place at her side. Serve her to your last breath, and you shall have no fear.
This calls for careful
No aggro? Really? Okay. Sure.
those prisoners. What's been done to them? Have to keep going.
Alright, I don't actually care too much for patriarchs here, but
Huge polished
may as well go for it.
desk looms before you.
Alright.
A mirror.
Without offering a
The
prayer.
mirror, you must surrender some part of yourself. But what? To your whatever the dark.
The deception one doesn't do anything,
Huge
but my
mirror
superstition
staring
makes me do it.
mirrors. You must surrender some part of some.
Have some strength.
You embody what the dark.
Nope.
The huge mirror you must surrender some part of you.
I have some decks.
A jump onto the dark. The huge mirror stare the you must surrender some part.
Have some con.
Your mind onto the dark. The huge mirror stare the you must surrender some part of you.
Have some int.
Still disappointment
We got it.
floods your mind. Remember the dark.
Actually, I forgot to.
These things have stayed interesting.
The huge mirror stares down at you like a great.
I'm a dark Sishir, so I have advantage here.
You feel a presence. The mirror, you must surrender some part of yourself. The gaps still
Have some wisdom.
Whatever the dark.
It's not
The
interested.
huge mirror stares down the mirror. You must surrender some.
Have some
the
riz.
gaps Still you in whatever the dark.
Alright, so it's not very interested in me right now. So I'm gonna have to give up the knowledge from the book. So I lose a +1 to wisdom saves. I should go to the vaults first. I guess this is also an opportunity to swap out Spell Sparkler for Marco.
I want to have a word.
You! What are you... But never mind that. What can I do for you?
Let
Or to Blackthorn?
And the night song? Dead?
I don't have to lie to him, because, like, she is dead. Spell Sparkler and Marco stack. If Marco's in lightning charge mode? Yes. Really gotta get comfortable with the Mirror of Lost this playthrough. It's worth it.
Alright, time to skulk about. Let's be on my way. Never wanted the easy path.
I'm using the Woad Shield because of its effect.
Step carefully. It's curious. Don't mind if I do.
Let's try that out. We're gonna go to Cazador in a little bit. So, loosely prepping for that. Surely I can make some room somehow. Did I deal with Dollar yet, actually? I don't think I have. So it should be that. Guess we could do that right now. Keep slicing short sword in case. Don't think I'll need hunting short bow. Don't really care about Robe with the Weave, I'd rather not risk an inspo. Killers or yourself should work also.
Trap. Be cautious.
What's the cooldown on that one? Yeah, that could be something. Short rest. I like it.
Quite some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages.
I hate being this close to my carry weight limit. What if I took strength at the mirror instead of charisma? Just to carry more shit. This is painful.
What's hiding here?
Another Wizard W, when will they stop? Well, I mean, Blade Singer is a pretty clear example of when they stopped. Quag taking more strength? What a shocking revelation. Yeah, I'm shocked, you're shocked. Shocker! forget Bladesinger's a wizard. We probably should put it in its own category, but in the interest of fairness. Hey, Happy Zora, how are you? Good to see you. I definitely should have gone with Auntie Ethel's charm this run. Hindsight. It's alright, I'll make it work. Love you, Radis Badis, but Lae'zel's gotta hold you for a bit. How's the run going? It's going well. We're grabbing loot to fund our adventures today. Mirror of Loss isn't being particularly kind. We did get the +1 charisma at the very least, though. Why would I pick Bladesinger over EK? You wouldn't. There isn't a reason to. Like, if you wanted to be able to cast above 4th level spellcasting, then I guess that's the argument, but like, why pick the weakest version of that? The weakest version being, again, Bladesinger. Horns is so good. Do you want to point out it said unarmed and melee, and I just did it with a bow? But Horns is so good. Bows can be melee. You're not technically wrong. Long-range spear delivery systems. Yeah. Giant Barb is funny? It is. Giant Barb's awesome.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
That wasn't the right door. Name aside, I now kind of want to build the Ham Wizard. Do it. There is not a build that Ham is bad on. Like, it's... If you can get it going, it's good.
Each door named after a powerful wizard.
Yes, you can even have a Raging Barbarian benefiting, if you so choose. Gotta build in a bit of a specific way, but you can do it.
The book, the once indecipherable glyphs, now feel dangerously familiar. As you
Bear Barb, right? Yeah. Bear Heart Rage gives you resistance to everything except psychic damage, and that is not considered one of the things that gets blocked by the Rage Impeded condition. So, a barbarian who gets heavy armor proficiency can wear that, rage with Bear Heart. You still lose the extra damage and you lose the advantage on strength checks, but you still gain your resistances from Bear Heart. And if you do that while wearing, let's say, Adamantine Splint with Heavy Armor Master, well, you have resistance to everything except Psychic, and you have 2 global DR, and you have 3 additional DR to physical. And you're just chilling. And Heavy Armor Master also gave you +1 strength. Sounds like a meme, but it's just a really good build. In other words, in the 10 turns after a bear rage, the Hambarian is effectively immortal. Are you the strongest because you're a Hambarian? Or are you a Hambarian because you're the strongest?
I'll give it a shot.
If Dwargar takes an elixir against poison, does he become immune to it? No, resistances don't stack. And, like, poison immunity is only available in one source in the game, and that's 10 levels of Monk. Now, I should specify, there are ways to get immune to the poison condition, but in terms of immunity to poison damage, the only way is 10 levels of Monk. Thanks, you're welcome.
A book on Netherese magic. Gale may like to know.
Get back here, Kwasi. It's smelly. Tempted to draw and recreate those panels, but with Carla keeping the funny dance, that would be very, very entertaining.
Gazette has a transcript of a conversation with Archduke.
Hey Spider, how you doing? Nice to have you.
What's it now? Take your pick.
Horse. That encumbers me. Pain. Still not quite enough. I need to get enough for Anointed Splendor. You think of it, Eldritch Blast is just piercing blood. That feels like a stretch to me. Are you trying to do a Choso Warlock run? Maybe I Oak Fathers against Answer. That'd be silly, huh? Hey, Proto Blues, random question. Did a run where as a wizard only spells you can cast user from scrolls you learned, no cantrips, etc.? No, because that doesn't pose a meaningful challenge at all.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
That's just borderline regular gameplay. And also, you can learn spells from... Like, you can learn cantrips from scrolls, so are those just excluded from that rule set? I don't really understand. But it sounds like you're just describing use your spell slots. Not really something I have an interest in. Okay, now that we have this much money... I feed you through knowledge as Garbo? No, give yourself more credit. And also, how dare you ask a question in a place where questions are encouraged? You sick fuck. Boo! No, you're fine. Hope you're having a good day.
See an altar dedicated to Saloon. The amount you've offered proves your faith. An inscription, trust, goddess of the moon,
Continue
into cold
bugged.
white light.
Alright, Anointed and Splendor.
Out of mind.
Wizard, but make it capitalism. Thanks, you too. Yeah, it's good so far. Mildly stupid one for you. Solo honor, you still have to equip 3 of your followers if you're playing full party and can't make use of that equipment. I actually don't think that's stupid. I think that, for me, individually, would be an interesting restriction because of how much situational gear I carry. So, like, for just me, that would probably be meaningful, depending on what build I want to do. Did I eat well and did I eat? I did not eat well, but I did eat. Actually, I'm still eating. I made myself hash browns this morning. The early crowd can vouch. You know, the first 10 minutes of stream, I got up to grab my food. Does Anointed Splendor last the whole run? Yes, whole run. It even lasts after your buffs are wiped on your way to the end of the game. It's the whole run. Actual permanent buff.
We're a long way. You have come far.
Just discovered gun damage in BL4. I'm a true explorer. Congrats. think it might also be interesting how you evaluate certain items you do or don't want access to, so maybe I'm killing off certain companions specifically to avoid having to give them loot. I think you would need to do some secondary restrictions to avoid things like that, Leaky, because at that point, I would just kill everybody. Alright, not a restriction if there's nobody in my camp. So I think it would have to be, like, you have to at least make a conscious effort to recruit everyone. The conscious effort clause is because, like, you know, Minsk and Minthara are a little more involved than everyone else. Was without Agathis. Retaliation.
Passphrase, Sicarius, and a location. We should find this Candle Hallow place.
Thinking about it, Armor of Hexes might be the best for this, getting every turn is huge, it's not guaranteed. Yeah, the coin flip is the issue. But still, it's nice. Start a new honor run with mods, extended party to have all the origin characters, but double health enemies, more encounters. More enemies than normal encounters. Pretty fun. I find the difficulty can't scale as well with the ease you get from having more party members. Basically, more than 3 party members makes it much easier. I would argue that having more than 1 party member already takes you far beyond a level of power even a heavily modded game is able to handle. Like, you see this in particular in a lot of the duo streams, using the ones I do with Danny every week as an example here. You see me be way more reckless in those streams. I will do stuff that I will actively acknowledge as stupid while I'm doing it. Because I know there's a second person there, and the game will never really try to punish both of us. So, it's kind of... I don't think I've yet found a combination of things that, even among mods, that makes me feel as if it's difficult for 1 person. Much less 2. Gonna geek out for a second. New Daredevil trailer dropped. Jessica Jones is back. Okay, cool. We knew she was coming back, but new trailer? I'll have to watch that later today. Did you see, Mandy, that the Luke Cage actor was being cryptic recently on social media? Like, we're probably getting him back too. So now the question that people have is like, alright, so what are you doing about the whole Iron Fist thing? Like, what if we just had Colleen and not the other guy? guess I should put water in these guys, huh? I keep forgetting I don't actually have Agathis on. That's my damage without armor of Agathis, by the way.
One day I'll catch a break.
Ironically, Luke Cage is the first one that comes to mind whenever you see someone hit the question of name 5 black superheroes that don't have the word black in their name, don't have lightning-based superpowers. I always hate that. Okay, so, something I was reading up about yesterday that really pissed me off. Did you know that in the current run of Black Panther, like in the comics, they have a T'Challa, like, clone with the... constructed using the data of Otto Octavius, and his name is Blacktavius? I'm not fucking with you. They called him Blacktavius. Like, I'm crying. Yeah. What do you even say to that? Editorial focus group approved. Quag, you prove AC is completely useless, should be considered in this run. You do the same for saving throws. Saving throws kind of important. Saving throws can sometimes be important. I would say that getting immunities is better than getting saving throws, but you can't get immunities to everything. So, when possible, immunities are just better. But sometimes saving throws are nice. It's one of those things that makes sense, because hey, Black Panther plus Octavius equals Blacktavius, but then someone didn't backpedal and say the word out loud and think about the implications. I mean, comics have this... Even recent comics, some would argue, especially recent comics, have this thing where they just... This kind of thing happens a lot. Like, when they did Black Thor for a little bit, it was... something. By Odin's Fade. Yeah, alright. Sure, man. Hey, we're doing too much. Would Black Iron Man be just Black Man? Fucking maybe, I don't know, man.
It's a long way from home. Belongs to a real fiend skull. By the size, I'm guessing a gargantula. That's curious.
Can someone explain the lighting powers thing for Black comic book characters? Like, is there a racist reason it's so prominent? I'm not a huge comic book nerd, but I can instantly think of 4. So, I don't know what that is either, Atomic Donut, but why are there so many, like... They make a black superhero, and they're like, alright, we need 2 things here. He's gotta have black in his name, and or lightning powers. So, Black Spider-Man, Miles Morales, lightning powers. Okay, that's weird, but maybe they're just trying to be creative. Like, surely that couldn't happen again. All right, let's That's a Static Shock. Okay, he doesn't have black in his name. Obvious lightning powers. Black Lightning. That's both. Like, yeah.
I welcome thee to the devil. Well, well. It's been a while since I've had such
Storm,
a discerning
yep.
custom. Here, you may browse my more curated selection.
Just, I don't know what that trope is about. Forgot Miles has the lightning powers. They've gone pretty crazy with the lightning power stuff recently. Like he's making lightsabers out of it and shit. It's pretty wild.
Now you've
Saying black people are electric? Oh. Invincible's pretty good at diversity stuff. They also have Black Samson, who's in the both part of the Venn diagram. Yeah, also, I don't like that some characters really emphasize the black when they're talking to him. It's like, for some people, it's like, oh yeah, that's Samson. But for some people, it's Black Samson. Like, what do you mean by that? I have an answer to this. Came from Black Lightning in 1977, first major black superhero for a lot of people to become mainstream. Became a self-perpetuating trope because A, it was popular, B, electricity is generally considered a symbol of raw energy, rebellion, divine connection, which fits a lot of the raw connections for those characters. Alright, so like I'm on board with that as like a jumping off point. But why did you never deviate? Why is it like, alright, we gotta keep doing this one thing specifically? Yeah, like, put every character, though?
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I'm pleased to say Dispatch has 3 characters who have neither the lightning powers nor the naming. I mean, with Trackstar, there's certainly lightning imagery. They get half credit for that one.
No traps, please.
don't bother. It's broken.
What was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm going back to the House of Grief now. Yeah, Wonder Man comes out today, doesn't it? Now, I don't get excited for Marvel stuff, but I mean, I thought the trailer, was it the first trailer for it, looked pretty good. And correct me if I'm wrong, it's directed by the guy who did Shang-Chi, right?
Let's see what this does.
It was like one of the few good Marvel projects in the last, oh, however many years. Ignore the third act, it didn't happen. It's almost like marginalized groups have been lumped together and stereotyped for years and years. That'd be crazy. Have I fought Orin? Not yet. It's not really gonna be too interesting a fight. Once I get through our unstoppable stacks, she is going to one-shot herself.
We shall be robed in black satin and embraced by Lady Shah beneath an extinguished
Some discussion of Dispatch characters in the chat. I'm being non-specific because, you know, I don't want to spoil things for anyone, but, like, shout out to Blonde Blazer for having the rawest line in the fucking game. You know the line.
The huge mirror stare the mirror, the dark.
I needed to leave one stat. Alright, yeah, so I can't actually... That's fine. So I can't get my +2 there, but I got the +1. So when the +5 wears off, I'll still have positive charisma. That's something. Alright. What was I actually going to do? I should save Volo. Murder Tribunal to get Vicious Shortbow? Yeah. Feel Orton would approve the way you're killing her this run with so many style points. She didn't really approve the last time. I should play through it then? A while ago, yeah. I played the entire game in one night. Because I was very invested. Luke Cage, aka Power Man. Spawn, Frozone, Cloak, Blade, War Machine, Warmonger, Mr. Terrific, John Stewart, aka the correct Green Lantern. Yes, he's yeah. John Stewart is my Green Lantern. Bishop. You just put Forge in there too. I'm not sure if he is. Yeah, I don't think Forge is. Drop on YouTube? No, I played it off stream. Hey, Baldur's Blade, thanks for streaking. Well, what about Cyborg? You didn't mention Cyborg, Forgotten Menace.
Present me well from gift.
Yeah, Mr. Terrific was a highlight of the recent Superman movie.
His product.
This man before you.
This is here. Approach, aspirant. Let us spirit show us the.
Cyborg's a gray area because he's cybernetic. Sometimes he uses electricity, which is kind of, I don't know, maybe hesitant. That's valid.
You took this spirit's life, and thus its voice. So, speak for it. You're off, you
I won't lie, Quag. I think the Mr. Terrific actor looks like you.
And
I'll take it as a compliment. I don't see it, but I'll take it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch Wonder Man later, Chaotix. I might save it for later in the week, but I'm actually curious. I hope it's good. Falcon, of course, Falcon, aka Captain America. But if we're only using one person with association for legacy characters, then Sam Wilson is not the first Captain America people think of. Whereas for Green Lantern, John Stewart is the first person a lot of people, particularly people around my age who grew up with, like, the DC animated universe, a lot of us think of John Stewart first, rather than creep Hal Jordan. Hal Jordan, who has an entire story arc where he grooms a 13-year-old. Comics are fucking weird, man.
with the port.
Unholy assassin.
Kind of sad Superman got shafted in the Oscars. At least one nomination would have been good. I mean, I enjoyed the movie. I don't think it was anything like special beyond being a rare movie where it just kind of, the premise is, hey, what if the protagonist was a superhero who's just kind of a chill dude? He doesn't really have much else beyond that. He's just a nice guy. Not because he has to be, not because he's like ordained to be or predisposed towards being good even. It's just like, no, he's just a chill dude. And that's it. That's the whole thing. That's Superman in that movie. Just like basic, consistent, does the right thing type of guy. And I thought that was great, but I think beyond that, it's like, it didn't really do anything special. Thanks for streaking, RBF Queen.
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims. Go forth.
All the hate from people who preferred Man of Steel because Superman wasn't obliterating a city to kill one dude. Now, the Snyder Bros are fucking deranged. Like, even Zack Snyder himself has, like, come out against the Snyder Bros being weird as fuck. Not that I think that guy's word is really worth much, but, the Snyder Bros are fucking strange. So much of Superman media tries to make him dark and gritty. We need more Superman just being unarguably good for the sake of just doing good, being a symbol of hope. I mean, Superman was originally created as an icon for the downtrodden. Like, he's your guy. Like, any sort of marginalized group, Superman's supposed to be the guy you can look up to and count on to always do the right thing. That's the character. So, while it can sometimes be interesting to, like, occasionally get a story of, hey, what if this guy whose entire being is predicated upon, like, being morally good, what if he was a little less of that? Like, that can be interesting to turn a concept on its head, but when that's every other story with the character, it's like, alright, you're not cooking here, are you? Hey, David, thanks for streaking.
What's he got to say for himself?
With a flick of the wrist.
An insulting rule to fail. Recently discovered next elemental augmentation doesn't work with Booming Blade. Correct, and it's a good thing that it doesn't. Do we think Booming Blade needs anything more than it already has?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Can't slow down.
Yes, should be guaranteed crit every hit. Oh, okay, my mistake, sorry. I get confused sometimes. Booming Blade should be the best melee damage, already is.
Saturated with necrotic magic.
Like, it quite literally already is. Hey, dude.
Time to press ahead. Hiding in plain sight. I smell a trap. Don't mind if I do.
Oh, Ghost just teleports in from over there. That was sick.
There's an inscription on the ring. I don't recognize the language, though. What path lies before me?
Send that to camp directly. Whoopsie.
I've seen this language before. Inscribed on the Tsar's signet ring.
Back to this for now.
Looking closer, the ring.
Coming from the perspective of sheer curiosity, how do you get such high base damage on a hammer? Just a lot of modifiers stacking on top of each other. So, against Goaty there, he's bludgeoning bolt. So, that's why that was so high, but the weapon's a d8, it's a +2. I'm attacking with my Charisma, which has a +3 modifier, and then Slay the Wicked is an extra d6 against Undead and Fiends. So total is 16, doubled up because Bolt. 20 strength from the Uploader Potion and Char Mirror, not the Mirror. From 17 base, 1 from Heavy Armor Master, and 2 from Everlasting Vigor. Trade mentioned that the Wolf from Beastmaster can cosplay as Zacian as level 11, so my next run's definitely Beastmaster, hell yeah. So I got hit for 12. But, that got doubled up. Now, Dollar Amaris from the Vicious Shortbow won't apply unless I get crit with a weapon attack. It's lying when it says unarmed. It is specifically weapon. It's not doing anything for me at the moment. I should have this build command. Let it come, build. It's gonna be the same thing, just 11 Hexblade instead of 10, but...
Another step forward.
The plan originally was not to have this much Hexblade, it's just I kept taking more levels in Warlock because Warlock is good. So that's where we ended up. I should get Bone Spike gloves for Cazador.
To show its aid.
Why Nature Cleric, though? Because Nature Cleric gets heavy armor proficiency and gets access to the Druid cantrip Shillelagh.
Anything you want to say?
Don't.
Guess I just gotta examine people more. Yes, good habit to be in. Comes to enemies with piercing resist, can just go close range, use other stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's also, if you're talking for an archer build, there's a hand crossbow sold by Roa Moonglow in Act 2 that does force damage. So I would recommend not every archer build picking that up just to cover situations where piercing isn't good.
What do I think of Lord Gortash's still watch? I am so glad you asked.
Trying to do it legit, not necessarily using the hammer trick. Well, the hammer trick is legit because, again, it's something put there by the game that an entire quest points you towards. So it's still fully legitimate, but throw light hammers, throw not even light hammers, throw various heavy objects. I like throwing short swords and torches. I know Delanoy likes throwing shoes. Some people throw books. What are the DRS items that honor DRS sources? Most things. Trade did the math. 60% of the things that are DRS below honor mode are still DRS in honor mode. 60%. The idea that they removed a majority or even a significant plurality is false. It's misinformation spread by people who looked at one patch note and decided that they'd played the game because of it.
Something's on my mind.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed. What'll it be?
Another real basic question. Sure. Can you demonstrate how to check what your spellcasting modifier is? So, in general, it'll be whatever the class furthest to the right here is. Always has a star over it in the character inventory screen. See, I didn't even know that. Today I learned. That's what that's for. But keep in mind that spells that come from a certain spellbook will still usually go off of that stat. So, like, if I were to cast Inflict Wounds from my Cleric spellbook here, it would still use my Wisdom, despite the fact that my current spellcasting stat is my Charisma. One of my D&D group members is the exact opposite of whatever Theory Grabber is. She's played PG3 in ways to make me wince how unoptimized she is. That said, she killed Ketherick or Merkle, I forget which, by throwing a heart from Balthazar's room at him. That's funny. I like it. It's my level 1 Warlock or Cleric. You can tell by the order on my character sheet. If I took Magic Initiate Wizard and grabbed Booming Blade, that version would scale off int? No, because nothing about Booming Blade scales off a spellcasting stat anyway. Tekaichi Budokai. It's a weapon attack. It scales off of whatever attack you're using to swing your weapon. Whatever ability you're using to swing your weapon, rather. This is one of the reasons why I kind of throw a whole shit fit whenever someone's talking about Bladesinger and dumping strength. It's like, I do really like the idea of this. Before we do that, is that determined by which class you pick first for level 1? No. So your spellcasting stat, your current spellcasting stat, is determined by the most recent first level you took in a class that has a casting stat assigned. So every single class, except for non-Arcane Trickster Rogue and non-Eldritch Knight Fighter, will change your spellcasting stat. Now, Fighter and Rogue, their stat is int, but multiclassing into them will not change your spellcasting from whatever it is to int, unless you take their spellcasting subclass. Those are the exception to the rule. Otherwise, it's whatever you multiclass into, your stat will change to that stat. So for barbarians, that's charisma. For monks, that's wisdom. And then it's sensible for all the other ones because they have casting stats assigned that, like, you can tell. So for me, it started as wisdom. I multiclassed. It's now charisma. If I were to somehow add an additional level here and take sorcerer, it would stay charisma, but only because sorcerer happens to have the same as warlock. If that level was wizard instead, it would go to int. If that level was druid, it would go back to wisdom. I mentioned Callous Glow. It's any illuminated enemies. You theoretically get illuminated dark spaces through the light spell or throwing a torch at them. Yeah, just casting light on your weapon. I drop my Moon Lantern on the ground fairly often for that purpose. No, Moon Lantern's great for that. Biggest change from DOS 2 to BG3. Just finished my DOS 2 run, about to get to BG3. Not really a DOS 2 player, Smokey. My only experience with DOS 2 is I gave a half-hearted attempt to get into it for the first time after having played a bunch of BG3, and it felt like a bunch of steps backward in quality of life areas. I guess something to keep in mind is that the whole, having to deal with physical armor or, magical armor, that system is gone, and it's more standard, like, hey, this is your stat that you roll against, you roll with to resist effects. It's like chance-based resistances, rather than, as long as they don't have a protection, this always works. Also, your movement isn't sharing like a resource cost with your attacks anymore. Your movement is its own resource pool. And getting a ton of movement speed is really good in this game. Movement change, I love that. Yeah, I prefer it this way too. Next, it seems somewhat counterintuitive. What if you multi-class into a new class, your character has lower stats then? You go from a higher spellcasting modifier to a lower one? Yeah, and it's something you have to keep in mind.
benefits at all. I want it gone.
If you want to do a playthrough, only use one type of element out of all the ones available. Which do you think would be the most fun? Is think either fire or lightning? It's not a concept that I find fun personally. So I'm just gonna sidestep the question, but get like a gun to my head, I don't know. Thunder, because I think it'd be one of the harder ones, while still giving you some skill expression. Obligatory fuck ice. Why we're talking about IRL stuff, right? You know, the Nazis patrolling the streets and shooting people. That's what book is referring to.
The Dragonborn was a red. Quag must get rid of it. Get it.
Dade says she had a lot of fun with Radiant. Mark enjoyed Necrotic, totally vibes-based, and they did a duo with Psychic as well. It's just not a concept that I, as an individual, find particularly interesting. That's all. That's just me. You mean the American Gestapo? Yeah. Cold is nice because the surface also works as CC. Not just that, but it's also got a lot of interactions with gear. Like, there's a lot of things that are like, hey, do cold damage, and you get this too. It's fairly uncommonly resisted, and it's very easy to apply vulnerability for cold. This is why cold and lightning are very much favored among spellcaster enthusiasts in this game. Because it's very easy to double up your damage, and you're rarely running into something that's like, hey, no. It happens, but it is rare. Now run where you entirely avoid particular damage types, that might be interesting. What, you're not allowed to get hit by a certain damage type? Seems like a more lenient no-hit run. I really did enjoy no-hit. Other way around, not allowed to utilize that damage type. Alright, so that's back to boring, like I said. Like, we were just talking about using one damage type only runs. Between Dade and Mark, they've covered 3 of those types. Mick through some attempts at Thunder Only a while ago. A YouTuber who makes shit content clickbaited a poison one recently. It's not an interesting concept. Was that summon? This is from the level 6 feature that Hexblade Warlocks get. Did I forget to even loot the thing from the thing? Totally did. Didn't mean to do it all the way, ended up having to summon spam to kill Ketherick. So I have many criticisms of that video, but I will abridge them to it was not approached from a perspective of intellectual honesty or game knowledge, and it'd be very easy to do that concept better. Very easy. See, that Merkle Shroud was certainly interesting. No, it wasn't. Even as a poison enthusiast, wouldn't try to only poison my way through the game. That's because you've successfully been led astray by the fucking slop. You can still do it. It's not even hard. Anyway, I don't like taking shots at other people's content, but whenever people with a large enough platform decide to use that platform to spread a particularly toxic brand of intellectual dishonesty, I do kind of take it personally and feel the need to issue corrections. It's never personal, just stop making shit content. Send that back to Will now. Quag react stream when? I value my time more than that. Please also value my time more than that. There we go. This next run idea, Wild Magic Barbarian, where I'm casting spells while raging. Is the next run, 2D dude. Because that's a thing you can do. Wild Magic specific, but it is a thing you can do. Sounds interesting. Yeah, it lets you do cool stuff, like you can get Spell Might and Rage on a Booming Blade at the same time, for example, and that's kind of fun.
Bloody hells! Why is everyone so loud? Can't accounting get some peace?
Maybe I should. No. This is good.
What did you?
Was that poison video clickbait? Because it barely discusses the concept in any level of detail. No actual effort was put into problem solving, and it was mostly created to benefit off of the assumption that people have going through the video that poison damage isn't good, and to reinforce that position through, again, intellectual dishonesty and pretending to take an honest attempt at getting through the game like that, but not actually putting in a single scrap of genuine effort. It's lazy. It's shit. And I wouldn't be so direct in that call out if that creator didn't have a history of doing the same thing with other things that the fandom tends to believe, like Slayer form bad, like Rogue bad, which are things that are easily disproven upon opening the game and actually fucking trying. So, it's especially disheartening to see someone who is perceived as knowledgeable and has a sizable platform creating content for this game just kind of slide into doing the most lazy fucking slop. Hey, Stuff Beaver, thank you so much for the Prime, the 38 months. Very much appreciated. Hope you've been well. Ever do that Wild Magic Sorcerer run with the randomizer we talked about like 2 years ago? No. I did do a Wild Magic Sorcerer run, but not a randomizer one. Like Slayer form a lot. Slayer form is incredibly good. It's very strong. Get recommended a ton of AI thumbnail slop video nowadays. Producing slop content's rewarded nowadays, unfortunately. It is unfortunate, but you're right, Jason.
You're sweeter than.
Check out our smart eye. Proceeds to make video full of ignorant, low-hanging fruit takes. Yeah. Party wants to start doing BG3 content creation specifically to show off, look how dumb I am, still beat the game, so you can too. You're not dumb, Leaky. Have Sue? Nice, Sora. I'm gonna hit Quag as many times as possible. If I die in the process, so what? They're committed to the bit. Hey, trade. Also heard that Swashbuckler Rogue is bad. I feel like it's really strong. It is really strong. Grimmy Reaper. You're correct. You're not taking crazy pills. You're correct. It is really strong. Just a bunch of people are really loud about how stupid they are when it comes to just dishonestly perceiving certain game mechanics. And a lot of that gets directed at the rogue class because people who don't want to try, people who don't want to read, will just look at it and be like, but no extra attack. And sneak attack is only once, so bad. And they'll be basing their perception of the game's action economy off of applying nothing to increase your action economy. So they'll be like, it gets half as many attacks, when really it's like, alright, versus an extra attack user, you have one fewer attack per turn, but who cares if you're still making 6? And if your sneak attack is capable, as it is on Swashbuckler, of doing 288 bonus damage on top of whatever your weapon is doing, who the fuck cares if it's once per turn? Also, Swashbuckler gets free initiative, gets a bunch of powerful bonus actions, gets a really powerful spammable charm, gets half of the mobile feat built in for free, and Rogue is the tankiest class in the game. But a bunch of people who just, again, and I really can't stress this part enough, engage in a dishonest manner with whatever material they're consuming, they will decide that something is bad because they have decided that. There's no basis for it. They just decide that that's reality, so that's how they choose to operate. And then, no matter what data you present, no matter, like, what gameplay you show them, they cannot be swayed, because you cannot use logic to get people out of positions they got themselves into without logic. You can't do it. And this is reinforced by slop tubers who run around predicating their entire videos on coaching the viewer in the first 5 seconds of the video with reinforcing that rotten foundation for their perception of the content that they're going to see. So, like, when you open a poison damage video with poison damage bad, not only are you already fucking lying, you are priming everyone who's watching that who doesn't have the tools to be like, wait, no it isn't. You're priming them to just agree with you without even seeing what you're doing. And the same thing happens with Rogue. Same thing happens with the Slayer form. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for taking care of Gage. Very kind. Open a can of worms here. I gotta ask, you've said a bunch of times, Rogue is the tankiest class. How so? How do you build to make it tanky? Alright, let me pull up the wiki page for you right here on a specific thing that's gonna answer this for you. And I will link this page in the chat so you can see, you can read along.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
So I linked Uncanny Dodge. Uncanny Dodge is a toggleable passive gained by rogues at level 5. Uncanny Dodge allows the rogue to reduce incoming damage once per round. It's lying about once per round. That's not how that works in patch 8. When attack hits you, you only take half the usual damage. This is a division by 2 that happens at the end of damage calculation. So that means Rogue, as long as they keep your reaction available, and know how this feature works and know how to keep it enabled, there's some tricks and you know, layers to it, but half damage on anything. Any damage. Anything. Half. After damage calculation. So you know how resistance is at the start of damage calculation? Resistance, damage reduction, Uncanny Dodge. Uncanny Dodge is capable of mitigating more damage than anything else in the game that isn't an outright I take 0. And you know what is an outright 0? Let's click on Rogue. Let's look. Oh, the level 7 feature, Evasion. So not only does Rogue have the best damage mitigation feature in the game, they also have functional immunity to a majority of incoming dexterity saving throws and other explosion type effects. And even the ones that you can't save against, Evasion still cuts the damage in half. Yes, Uncanny Dodge also works. Yes, Resistance also works. Yes, Reduction from Gear also works. And I got another clip for you here. Let's see. Just reload this tab. Got a clip of Mark the Power Hour. He's here in the chat if you want to say hi to him. Alright, here's the answer, boss fight.
You know, this might hurt a little bit. Just kidding, it didn't do shit.
How much damage does Stormheart Nova do? I'm glad you asked, Chatter. Stormheart Nova does up to 180 lightning damage. He took an attack that could do up to 180 damage and took 11. Taking damage on Rogue is an elective. It's something you do to make people feel like they have a chance. But Rogue bad. Also, random thing when people hate on Shadowheart for missing or being weak, y'all just don't know how to build a cleric. It's worse than that, Grimmy. They just don't know how to fucking read. Because, you know, like, the memes about Shadowheart missing are, like, curated for the people who need ChatGPT to summarize the nutrition facts on their Capri Sun. That's the level of intellect and development we're talking about here. Because Shadowheart has the most accuracy at the beginning of the game, of the companions. Like, the most. The only one who beats her is Astarion once he bites someone. She's got 17 wisdom, and Guiding Bolt gives you advantage when you hit with it. It's the most accurate you can be at that point in the game. But it's the pinnacle of vibes-based thinking instead of actual facts-based analysis. You throw shade at my Capri Sun? No, I don't. Capri Sun is peak. But when you need, you know, ChatGPT to summarize the nutrition facts on it, that's the issue. You can be consuming the same thing, but in a much more objectively fucking stupid way. And those are the Shadowheart memers. They're playing the same game as you. They're just being stupid. Hey, thanks for streaking, Mark. Do that because of Firebolt and Sacred Flame. So Firebolt is int scaling because it's her High Elf cantrip, so like fucking read. And Sacred Flame is good and doesn't have problems landing, just maybe don't click it against things that have positive dexterity modifiers when you have no spell save DC boosts. Again, Sacred Flame is going off of her 17 wisdom. It does not have consistency problems. They choose shitty targets. Problem is the Radiant cantrip? No, it isn't. Like I just said, Sacred Flame does not have consistency problems. It is going off of her 17 wisdom. That's a +3 modifier. That's the hardest. That's like the highest you can get it to at the start of the game. Sacred Flame is an all or nothing dex save. So stop clicking it against things that have high dexterity, you fucking morons.
Everything is going to be alright. I promise.
It's like... Use the brain.
Mummy is here.
The number of times I have seen someone say Sacred Flame bad and they're clicking it at a Steel Watcher. Let's use our eyeballs. Let's use our perception orbs. And let's try to glean some information here. Steel Watchers have 22 dexterity, dex save proficiency, and magic resistance. So they are rolling with +10 and advantage. If you click Sacred Flame on this, you are being dumb. Yet, the number of times I've seen people go up to enemies that have good dexterity saves, they're like, but why did my Sacred Flame? It's because you're not reading. Use the Inspect feature. Like, DOS 2 had a skill you had to invest into to, like, get more information from your Inspect feature. In BG3, Larian was like, alright, what if everyone just had that all the time? And you can just do that. Just read. Just read. When you're playing the text-based strategy game that is trying to get your attention for hundreds of hours, fucking read.
You brought her back. Here.
Sorry to get heated. I don't get this heated normally, but it's incredibly frustrating. Incredibly. Any cantrip you would probably never take. Personally, never take Burst Insidium and Dancing Lights. Dancing Lights is useful. Toll the Dead. Toll the Dead is awful. Garbage. Never ever worthwhile. Burst Insidium is at least fun. Toll the Dead sucks and has no redeeming qualities. Yes, Quag, you're always this heated. Am I?
What's it now?
Heard good things about Toll? From whom? For what reason? Any particular reason you don't like it? Yeah, because it's terrible and has no positive use cases at all. Let's pull up the wiki again. Let's look at Toll the Dead. Again, more analysis and no vibes. So Toll the Dead. Ring the bell of impending doom. If target's full healthy, deal 1d8 necrotic damage instead of the 1d12. So 1d12 if they're already damaged. It's a saving throw based cantrip, meaning it can't double up from critting. It scales up by d12s. So at level 10, 3d12. That is assuming you somehow max roll 36 necrotic damage. That's fucking terrible. Because on an all or nothing saving throw for 36 necrotic damage, what if you simply cantrips? What if you click this? Bone Chill, which is a d8. It's an attack roll. At level 10, it's 3d8, so that's up to 24 damage, and it can crit. There are more things that boost attack rolls in terms of their consistency, more things that boost attack rolls damage. This even has secondary effects like shutting off healing and imposing disadvantage on undead. It's available in all the same spell lists as Toll the Dead. It's just objectively better. If I'm gonna be a tactician in this game, Honor looks even more insane if that save's gonna need like 3 reloads of the brain to figure it out. Solo Honor sounds wild. Hey, welcome in. I promise that you are more equipped to deal with Honor mode than you think you are. Give yourself more credit. You beat Tactician, that's already an achievement. A piece of advice, unsolicited advice, is it's okay to die. It's okay to lose runs. Because often that's how you learn. The way I approach is if something kills me in an Honor mode run, I just make it my mission in the run back to beat that thing. And then it's just incremental from there. It's okay to lose runs. That's how you learn sometimes. But again, welcome in. I do enjoy Professor Quag class lessons. To be fair, ringing the bell of impending doom sounds strong. It sounds strong, sure, but like, what does it do? It doesn't do damage, it doesn't do utility, it's inconsistent, and I do find it interesting how for Sacred Flame it's viewed as a downside that it's an all-or-nothing saving throw-based cantrip. Yet, people don't apply the same standard to Toll the Dead when it is the same thing, it's just versus Wisdom instead of Dexterity. But there are more relevant enemies that, like, at the points of the game where you're trying to click Toll the Dead, you might have slightly better consistency than Sacred Flame in Act 1. But as soon as you get to Act 2, well, Sacred Flame is massively better than Toll the Dead because of the damage type matchup, and also a lot of the targets you're fighting have bad Dexterity and good Wisdom. Then you get to Act 3, and Sacred Flame kind of remains just better because character features that scale up your cantrips heavily favor Sacred Flame. Is Toll save for half? No, it's save for nothing. Hey, Rena, how are you? Was I able to relax after 24 hours? Yeah, I was. I got like 3 hours of sleep before Snowplow woke me up, but then I got good sleep the following day. So, I'm all good. I'm up to 100%. Thanks for asking.
The truth of the crown. This is no mere journey.
Yeah, Spider's mentioning Hero's Feast. I'm gonna expand on that. Spider was extolling the virtues of Hero's Feast, giving you some very good immunities. And a good thing to do for your honor mode running in general is seek out status immunities. Do not gamble your run on saving throws, because why take a chance when you could get the sure thing? So like, if fighting something that can paralyze you, don't go into that without immunity. So like if you're fighting Ethel, have hold person immunity. You can drink an elixir of guileful movement. There's even guaranteed access to elixirs of guileful movement in Act 1, even before the level where they're normally available. So, like, get one of those for the fight, and you're good. You don't have to worry about succeeding your saving throws. And that's more control over the fight. If you're fighting things that can frighten you, use Protection from Evil and Good, or Hero's Feast if you're in the later game. And then you don't have to succeed your saves, because you're immune. So on and so forth. If you're fighting next to a chasm, get immunity to being shoved. If you're fighting something that is very dangerous if it knocks you prone, like Slayer Form Orin auto crits you if you're prone, even through your crit immunity, get immunity to prone, and then that's not an issue. So immunities are good. So for saving throw based cantrips, always bad compared to attack roll. In terms of damage, yes, but there are some saving throw based cantrips that are still good. Acid Splash is a very good cantrip, for example, because it's an AoE. So it's good, consistent AoE damage when invested into, and Acid is a favorable damage type because it's almost never resisted or immune. So, like, Acid Splash breaks the mold there. But spells like Bursting Sinew, Toll the Dead, and to some extent Poison Spray, they're saving throw-based cantrips that are all or nothing, that don't really do enough to justify overcoming that hurdle. Whereas Acid Splash and Sacred Flame do. Just found this in the Hero's Feast page on the wiki. While the spell doesn't make effect, creatures immune to poison damage in general. Cloud Kill deals its damage through the Cloud Kill condition, which falls under the poison condition type. Yes, I know this. I've talked about this at length, Irish. Getting immunity to the poisoned condition gives you immunity to Cloud Kill. Hero's Feast does this. The Elixir of Poison Resistance does this. The Land Druid passive at level 10 does this. The Monk passive at level 10 does that and gives you immunity to the poison damage category as well. Yes.
If we can collect the crowns, I promise you, the gods will never grant us such a blessing, no matter. But Mistra wanted the brain obliterated because long road lies ahead. Perhaps I got carried away with a. Elminster?
Does the ranger passive do it as well? No.
You've been browsing in the most esteemed of Emporium. What? She bids you come to her holy...
It's obvious when you stop to... What? This is a conversation. How can I help? Of course.
Which monk subclass do you think is the best, most fun? I mean, most fun is going to be an entirely subjective thing, right? And best is not really a thing that exists without specificity. Like, you gotta outline a scenario, or at least define best. My personal favorite is Shadow, but I really like both Shadow and 4 Elements. I play Open Hand from time to time, but my personal favorite is Shadow. You knock out Elminster without Gale leaving? You can't knock out Elminster, he's a construct. Didn't attack fast enough.
She's too strong.
Look at it.
Kill Elminster construct without Gale leaving. If you kill the one that's before Act 3, then Gale will not be able to stabilize the orb, so he will leave the party upon you entering Act 3. I've never tried to kill the one in Act 3, so.
The murder lord demands them. You
Or accept, and you must kill.
the
Open Hand feels like it should be doing more, sells itself being able to do more, falls short in some ways. No, I don't think it really falls short at all. Things can be both good and overrated. Open Hand Monk is a good subclass. It is also overrated because a lot of people have this belief that it's the end-all be-all for Monk, or that it has higher damage output than other subclasses. Neither of those things is true. But it is objectively good. I don't think it falls short anywhere. It isn't the damage leader, though. I can't stress that enough. It's third place for if we are going contextless single target monk damage output. It's third place. But third place of 4 good options is still good damage, right? Shadow first, then 4 elements in terms of peak damage. If we are talking peak single target damage, yes. I'm stressing single target because Open Hand wins an AoE, but that's never the qualifier people use. Hey Mac, how you doing? Oh, Mr. asking us to feed him, even though it's just a projection, doesn't need to eat.
better be cautious.
Key Blast with Open Hand super satisfying. It is. And you can scale it up to be very, very good. It's very efficient action economy-wise. forgot to pack mine this. I do that a lot. Sure, but you remember to pack find your weapon? Oh, thank you. I've never forgotten to do that, ever.
How much farther can I go?
I appreciate the impulse to help, Spider. I'd caution against information overload, especially because Dr. Sarad, correct me if I got your name horribly wrong, was expressing trepidation over getting into solo, and the freedom of movement tech you just described is not solo relevant because only the application of freedom of movement breaks you out of stuns, not having the effect on. So like, how are you going to cast freedom of movement on yourself when you're stunned? So you're describing a real tech that works well in situations where it can work, but it's deep end stuff.
That's curious.
Sorry. No, don't be. Like I said, the impulse to help is good. It's a good quality to have. Just, there's a lot of stuff to this game. Quag successfully gotten to plus 24 AC, and that's why no shield? No shield because duel is prerogative. Wants you to not use an offhand. And 0 because I just happen to only have minus 20 to my AC right now. I should lower it a little more, but the 0 is kind of satisfying to look at. But I'll lower it a little. Lower.
Whatever it's called, it's impressive. Let it take.
Something over there.
Need to find the copy pasta someone made about wanted to be down by Aura, like it was detailed. Do you need to find that? Are we sure of that?
I need a quick word.
The penitent looks at you silently.
Minus 24 AC would be a neat way to mock 24 AC as high believers. I'm not out to mock people. Not saying I don't do it from time to time, but that's not the purpose of the exercise. I think I do want crit immunity here.
Just out of view.
Retaliation on easy mode. Yeah, that's this run pretty much is. Act 3 when you reach max level, usually finish all quests, finish the game. I usually do all bosses. Never had combat end there. Or maybe I have. Actually, I think this did happen one time recently. Weird that you just can't see me, but alright. We take those. I bound my weapon. It's bound. Alright, we killed Strangler Luke there because he's got the Bone Spike gloves. That enemy only exists until you finish the trial here, which I'm just not gonna do. Also, Manglin Abby, my wife. I would like her to mangle my Abby. Is that anything? Duel's prerogatives for more armor effects? Yeah. So that Sunbeam was for Cazador specifically. Bone Spike Gloves is so that can hit him. We're gonna do Hammer of the Just. Absolute's Protector for GR versus spells makes sense here. Yeah, alright. Do I want crit immunity? For that fight, I probably don't. Go horns. Horn fight now? No?
Don't waste a step. Here we go.
Just like the door to the ballroom, the rings.
I don't need any attention right now.
We need a free action to go prone? I mean like the drugs I brought that let me go to sleep as a free action? Actually go Sentinel Shield here. Forgot to bind again. It's okay. What's the other thing I was gonna do? Alright, I got options. Shovel was here in case of mistakes. Stupid question, can you daylight and then go invisible, keep the light but not be seen? Yeah. So we get the bludgeoning from Slay the Wicked on all of our individual retorts, which I think is pretty neat. An angle where I can just throw you directly. Sure there is. Be lazy. Sunbeam's just such a good spell. Standing the other part, potion of speed, 2 sunbeam per round also kills the ads, 1 sunbeam to roll solo with Miracle. Yeah, Sunbeam's incredibly good. You are right. Concentration. Only I had more of these. Hey, Control, thank you for the 62 months. How you doing, man?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Well, here's the thing.
A thing? I like a thing. Cazador, you absolute fuck. You were supposed to hit me. Freezing. See, my last comment's actually supposed to go with my resub. Here we are. Oh, there it is. I found I freed myself from the unstable pocket dimension I was stuck in. What year is it, by the way? Went directly to some other planet's weather patterns. My beard froze when I was outside traveling, living in Virginia. Was my beard freezing? It's... I hate it, man. I hate the cold weather so much. I really, really, really hate it. This combat music's so peak. It really is. One of my favorite tracks in the game, for sure. It's just so weird, you know? It's sinister in like a cool way. Sucker for strings? Mm-hmm. Any track that has a nice violin, even better, a cello. Hey, Nico. Borislav really knows how to make music. He does. Cazador, how have you missed me twice? Why are you so ass? When you tell a story about killing his masters, he's trying to make it seem like there's something of a struggle. Just for his pride. Why are they all stinking up the same spot?
Light on my feet.
That's it? Alright.
Anything you want to say?
To switch weapons for the extra reaction? Yeah, I wanted to do some Armor of Hexes stuff, but then the fight ended, so...
I have something to ask.
Yes.
Initiative. Do I have a spell might here? The Crater Flesh gloves are calling to me. No. I want Ring of Regen from Roland. Do I, actually? It makes using horns so much harder. I guess I just go Scabby Pugilist. Or I could do this. Crit. Make them crit me only when I want them to. Yeah, this makes sense.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Shall we? They won't see me coming.
No, it isn't established, but I want to believe this half-orc's god is Leviatar, just because of the constantly taking punishment. Yeah, it'd be lore-friendly.
Yes, please.
Here lies Astarion's tormentor.
Alright, while he's doing this, I'm gonna go pee.
All this time.
Get your hands off me, worm!
I'm not the one in the dirt. One last thrust. And I'll be free of you. I'll never have to fear you again.
And then, What will you be without me? A shade? A spectre in the shadow? Devoid of all purpose?
You might have made me what I am, but I can be so much more than what you created me to be. But I am grateful for one thing. You showed me how to really savor moments like this.
Get back. Me right after the last bite of the meal that I worked hard to make. Complete with the mess.
Is it over? Is he...
Facial expressions in the scene go so hard. Oh yeah. Obviously I had to eat with my shirt off because of the mess. Yeah, that's right.
What does that mean for us? It means you have a choice.
Does Astarion not think about the ritual because he didn't talk to Raphael? Nope. Astarion defaults to doing the right thing here. If you send him in as a companion without your influence at all, he could have all of the information about the ritual. He defaults to this.
The consequences are on your head.
So like, if you're gonna pick a canon outcome for Astarion, well, this is the one that he picks. So.
Are innocent. They shouldn't have to suffer just because I lured them here.
And some people think that it's because, oh, he needs another person there to do it. No, if you do solo Astarion, as like Origin Astarion, you have the option to roll an int check to remember the runes and just do it without help. But Companion Astarion will always choose this. So I maintain that Astarion is an evil guy who's led an evil life. He's got a mean streak. Of course there's mitigating circumstances. There's like, you know, reasons why he is the way he is, but even before Cazador, there's things about him that indicate he was never really a great guy. However, by the time you get him here to this room, he has done enough reflection to have a genuine desire to be better. So I respect the hell out of him by this point in the game. Anyone can change, it's never too late. Yeah, people should be given the opportunity to change. We still need to talk him down with the Raphael stuff. So no matter what, like if you have or haven't done the Raphael stuff, it's just sending him in by himself, he chooses that. So he's not conversed with Raphael at all for me in this run. But also in runs where you do all of his stuff, you get the high approval, your gear, you know, scene and everything. He still does that, no matter what.
I can be subtle sometimes. Swift as my feet can carry me.
I mean, if you're with him, then you have to talk him down. Yes. Your presence is... It puts him in a headspace where he's trying to kind of offload the burden of that decision to you. In a lot of cases, the player is sort of a corrupting influence on the companions, which I think is really interesting, and it plays out in different ways, right? So, like, with Astarion and Lae'zel in particular, the player being present pushes them more towards their worst outcomes rather than their best outcomes. But with Shadowheart and Gale, the player being present pushes them more towards their better outcomes than their worse outcomes. And I think that's really interesting how they did that, because like those 4 companions, you very much shape who they are by the end, rather than with companions like, even if you didn't do Raphael, correct. That bit doesn't actually even affect anything, it's just flavor. Your options are all the same either way.
Hold there, Spawn.
Thanks for the butts, Victoria. Hope you're well.
The Gur tribe. I thought I was done with you people.
We're not done. Not even close. My name's Alma. My people are monster hunters. Those of us that remain, that is.
Notice he does a lot of things differently if you send him alone his quest-related stuff, like if he chases the girl alone, he promises to save the children without any fuss. Yeah, there's... that I can think of, there's 3 different encounters where you can send him in by himself and you'll see dialogue that you don't otherwise see. You could send him to talk to the Gur by himself, he'll promise to save the kids. You could send him to talk to his siblings in the Flophouse, in the Southspan, and he will say that he's gonna save them. And you can send him in here, and he'll pick the good outcomes too. So like consistently, Companion Astarion sent to his own devices will do the right thing in Act 3, which I think is cool. And I think that's a product of, you know, him actually doing that introspection that he needs to over the course of the game. I don't think that Astarion in Act 1 would act that way. I do think that, like, the events of the game, or at least the time he's taken to think about his life through the lens of what's happening in the game, I think that causes some growth, and I think that's really fun.
Children were somewhere in those wretched cells. You'll find them in the Underdark, although...
Can't even imagine what that emote is. Okay, so it's like Astarion bent over, and then he's like taking his hands and he's spreading.
We will need to decide what it means.
And that's what that emote is.
Thank you for what you have done. Slaying Cazador was a great justice. As for the rest...
Okay, go on.
Well, time will tell.
Could have got all my life without seeing it. Aren't you glad you didn't?
Well, hello. What can I do for you? Darling, it's...
Automod doesn't like that emote. Can't imagine why. You weren't at your screen. Oh, I'm glad the description was fun for you, Rachel. See, it didn't like it again.
Well, you have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you?
How does this guy know how far I can come? What are you, my pastor? Do you already have the next run in mind? Yeah. I'm planning on doing Wild Magic Barbarian next run. Wild magic subclass is able to, through some well-timed animation stuff, is able to maintain the ability to spellcast while raging. Lets you do some pretty unique and enjoyable stuff.
There she stands, just as Elmin Gale.
Time was, I'd have given. I always wonder what being nervous. Alas, recent events have rendered the majority.
Boo, Mistra. Boo, Mistra. You suck and your statue is hotter than you are.
As if I knew the orb was no orb. Once I bring the crown of casters to her, I can put everything right. The orb, too.
The orb.
I'll be myself again. For all that's worth. Thank you. There aren't many I'd trust to stand beside me on such a journey. Fewer still who would do so because they believed I deserved such a chance. If I could promise you one thing in return for your faith in me, it's this. I will use everything in my power to ensure we defeat this evil. I will not let you down.
W, Gale. I love that line. The I won't let you down. Like, again, character development over the course of the game. Gale is not doing things like because he has something to prove anymore. It's like he just wants to, like, live up to people's expectations of him, which is, there's a very fine line between those things, but, like, it's a much more positive expression. Suck at your statue's hotter than you are, the top of your insult. I'm glad you liked it.
Gortash is a visionary, sure enough. His vision.
He has to prove it to himself, that's what I interpret. Yeah. But it isn't just that. Like, again, he spelled it out there. He's really moved by, even after all of his failures and his shortcomings, someone actually choosing to believe in him. In him. Specifically. Not like his power or his status. It's like believing in him as a person. So trying to prove worthy of that is a very human thing. Joking. Dying. Are there other ways to enter the spellcasting Wild Rage state? It'll enter by spam clicking enemies. Maybe it's just my clicking is faster than mashing a shortcut. I was pulling it off by attacking an enemy before the surge could happen. So I've been doing much the same. I'm sure there's a better way than what we've been doing, but I think you and I have been doing the same thing. Put down the wrong tube? Yeah. I wish Big Lady would spit down my tube.
The broadsheet's gone to pot ever since I left.
Which one? Yeah. Which tube? Yeah. I guess Alien Fusion's kind of hard to use right now. Until I get Drake Throat on this. We'll see.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
Sir Quag. But why are they so close to the city?
Hey, those Twitch put ads over Gale Talk. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for the Prime in the 6 months.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Twitch put ads over Gale Talk, sad face.
Attempt to not interfere with companion quest lines if my tab never existed. Sending companion solo. Gale pursues godhood if he goes solo to Mistress Statue. Yeah. Yeah, like, Lae'zel and Astarion go towards their more positive outcomes, and Shadowheart and Gale tend towards their more negative ones. My character's name just a funny spelling of a Latin word, reference to Elden Ring, maybe? It's an Elden Ring reference. You got it.
It's not a lie. If you...
I got spotted, which sucks. I don't get my favorable combat opener here.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Looking at the wiki, do half-orcs not have any inherent weapon or armor proficiencies? Correct. Being a dual wielder against retaliation doesn't look healthy. Yeah, it's not. Hey, Emmy, how are you? Be flavorful if they could be proficient with like heavy weapons and armor.
Sorry.
I don't really associate half-orcs with heavy armor more than anyone else, and also that'd be an incredibly game-breaking thing to have. Alright, here you go. Y'all have a candle. Just headcanon the orcs and the Elder Scrolls, probably.
Rejoice, her Umble's mercy saved her from a slow, sinking death in the beast's shadow.
Surprised you didn't name them Critney Spears. Alright, that'd be really good, actually.
We will not you, supplicant. The other gods do not look kindly on the bitch. A rusting pollutant finds the master. Rejoice. As the
Should be proficient with infinite cast of artistry of war, sounds nice and balanced. I agree. Sure, didn't kill the Night Song my last 2 runs. It's just being nicer at the trigger, making the decision of RNG. So there's a lot that goes into that, Tarantino. Like Exile says, there is an approval threshold, and it's a pretty reasonable one to hit. But there's also she's got 2 different point systems under the hood that affect decisions at the end of her plots in both Act 2 and 3. But the easiest way, because there's another condition for the Act 2 one, the easiest way to get her to not kill the Night Song is, as soon as you get into the Shadowfell, just throw the spear into the chasm. And then she can't do it. So that's what I do if I just want to make sure. Ordered sushi, let's go. The point system restored in robotics. That's why they're so robust. A lot of storage space. Plan to do my next run as a road. Do you think it'd be more advantageous to take a dip into a class subclass that's heavy armor proficiency, or just let the extra feet cover the proficiency? I usually, when I'm playing rogue, I make level 2 a dip to grab my proficiencies. But if I'm not planning on doing that, then yeah, I would recommend playing either Githyanki, Shield Dwarf, Half-Elf, or Human to pick up a bunch of the proficiencies. Encumbered by Terrazul. Ugh. I was gonna throw him in the water, but I want his money. Who the fuck is using a snowblower right now? Me? Oh. I hate you. My YouTube algorithm spat out for me yesterday. So clip of that Subway Takes interview show, but this is an older episode, but I didn't know what happened. Kate Blanchett being forcibly just like against the existence of leaf blowers, and that's queen shit. Speaking absolute facts. Yeah, I think that was the NPC's name, right? Such a deep hatred of leaf blowers. Same. They use them when there aren't even any leaves, and it's just moving the leaves somewhere else where there's someone else's fucking problem. Also, the emissions are and that one was news to me. The emissions are quite insane. It's environmentally unfriendly to say the least. But also, people who leaf blow, they all suck at it. Like, if you're gonna do it, fine. Do it to actually speed up the task. But if it takes you 5 fucking hours to do my armpit hair's worth of your fucking shitty lawn that no one's gonna look at because I live in bumfuck nowhere, like, alternatively, just don't. Whatever it is you want to do with your day, just simply don't. Bro was heated today? Yeah. Leaf blowers are invented by people who don't know rakes exist. Yeah. Get a flamethrower, cowards. I'll let you cook. Gun to your head, Halcyon or leaf blowers? As in, like, which I hate more, or which I would tolerate the existence of? What even is the benefit? There isn't one. There fucking isn't one. Removed from existence? I will tolerate Halcyon. Delete every leaf blower from existence. Ghosty. Second Ghosty. Need a mod to pet the ghosts? I need more ghosts. This is a waste of many target arrows, but like I can do it, so I'm gonna. More ghosts. Ghosties. Kels, thank you for gifting a sub to Leaf Blower 6969. You know, if you don't have a reaction at the beginning of your turn, will Uncanny Dodge still work? Does not turn on by itself? It does not turn on by itself. They actually yoinked that one off the edge? That's incredible. Good job, Ghosties. They all tried to teleport, but that enemy was dead. Turn-based. Let me see, where can I take my army of ghosties right now? Are there any fights that are like right next to a waypoint?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Everybody in there dead? How did you live? It's impressive. Hello, friends. Hello. Ghosties? You in range? No?
Time to push my luck again.
Hey, Ken. It's also no work lyric. Appreciate it. It's an upcast. It's decent damage. How many spell slots do I have?
Can't even catch my breath.
Just the one. Yeah, I'll counterspell that. Meant that if you don't have a reaction at the beginning of your turn, you know for sure Uncanny Dodge won't work for that whole round. Right, because you need a reaction to toggle it back on, and you get your reaction back at the end of your turn. So, you don't want to start your turn without a reaction point when playing Rogue. It's just a good rule of thumb. Unless you have Duelist Prerogative, then you could always just fulfill the conditions of Duelist Prerogative to get a reaction point granted to you. At least I got one ghosty left. Oh.
If the gods are watching me.
Arrest the smell?
Some help you are. Where's the steel watch when you need 'em?
No friends left? It's okay. Let's do House of Grief now, I think. Do I want Amulet of Greater Health for that, though? Yeah, let's get Hell access, may as well. Quick question regarding Shillelagh and Booming Blade. No, Shillelagh is your spellcasting mod as an attack stat. Does also affect Booming Blade? Yes. Booming Blade is just a weapon attack. It does not do anything to change the scaling of your attack that it's attached to. It's just an effect stapled on. In no way does it interact with your spellcasting, like, modifier or anything. It's just there. Do I have an Eagle Corpse for big ghosties? I don't. I could grab, a Dire Wolf.
What was she trying to summon? Something over there.
Welcome back, Forgotten Menace. Hey, good job. Good job meeting your goals. That's a really big milestone. Congratulations. It's important to celebrate those little things, you know?
There's nothing to claim by invading the devil's home. And everything to be lost.
Shut up, Squid.
I don't hear the Emperor.
As the figure flickers and starts to the figure.
I hear the Jew. Now whisper your questions, little wretch. But really quiet and very clever. Constant. Remember, quiet. You're the key. But I like you. Can you see it? You don't. But
The rat.
All of the residents were guests.
Alright, so, it isn't super commonly known still, but the game doesn't stop you from leaving the House of Hope. As long as you don't piss off the residents, and, like, you know, trigger the alarm, you can just come and go as you please. So, a lot of people will just pop in here to refresh all their resources and whatnot at the bath here. But you can, earlier than I'm doing it in the act, you can just come here to get the very good items in the archive.
That's curious.
I plan on using the new mod restores a ton of early access content. I was actually looking into that. I was thinking about it. There's some early access stuff I've wanted to mess around with, like the one that restores the OG tadpole powers. Some of those seem very fun. But yeah, something I've been pondering for sure. What can I part with here? I still don't actually need my money on me, do I? Yeah, that'll do it. I've never found this helmet before.
Wretched. Perfect.
But it doesn't restore early access Gale from Arlen, Texas.
His eye.
Most irregular. The shed. The Orphic hammer is one of Master Raphael's most prized possessions. You can't have it.
I just want to admire the
Can't
craftsmanship.
even touch it. And I would suggest it is almost some. I reckon it will res.
Can't risk being living you. Always read the fine print.
Well, Raph, now just opening things up. Just opening things up.
I'm ready.
Seems simple enough.
Show your invitation.
Get the invitation from the Archivist, you don't have to fight Harlep. You never really have to fight Harlep.
Lost and died.
So like there's a back way here that you could fly in. You technically still don't even have to fight Harlep if you fly in the back way. Always go in the back door. Oh, proud of you. Spell save DC right now, 17. It's not fantastic, but it's fine.
On my way.
Yeah, actually remember to bind my weapon.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Need a pixel that's dark. saved? That's crazy. And I'm last in initiative. Actually, I'm kind of scared. I think I have to counterspell twice here. That was a crazy save. Alright, I can take 4 of those. That's scary. Glad I have counterspell. What did you roll, man? 17 through disadvantage. Yeah, that'll do it. Fucking hell. Alright. Love the nah spell. Salted that one lived. So we're just gonna counterspell. Way more of a fight than I thought it would be. It was fun.
Then through. A keyword. This will help us get what we need from the archive.
Yeah, I was worried about the Eldritch Blasts there incoming from like everyone. Because that's up to 14 damage, so up to 12 per beam. Each of them has a 2-beam Eldritch Blast. How many imps were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that could have been real bad. Glad I had Counterspell and Duel's Prerogative. Just goes to show you, counting on saving throw effects, even with a 90+% chance, can sometimes put you in a shit position if you have bad initiative and insufficient defenses. Fortunately for me, my defenses were in fact sufficient.
No hesitation.
I was gonna go into work today, but my body decided, nope, listen to your body. I learned so much from this stream. Glad to hear. How to increase spell save DC for martial class. I want to use other helmet than Arcane Acuity. So Arcane Acuity is available from multiple sources. There's 3 different hats that give it. There's a pair of gloves that gives it. And there's the Battle Mage's Power Elixir that gives you 3 stacks. So you have all those as an option. You have gear that gives spell save DC. Melf's First Staff, sold by Blurg, is an option. Ketheric's Shield is an option. Amulet of the Devout gives +2. Ring of Feywild Sparks, the ring from Ethel in Act 3, has a hidden effect where it gives +1. Helldust Gloves gives +1. Cloak of the Weave is +1. Hood of the Weave is +2. Rhapsody is +3. Marco Heschker is +1. The short answer is gear. Jith Yankee time, maybe? You know, the Jith Yankee and the Jith Zerai. Who follow the Lich Queen Vlaakith who wants to become a Jod.
The cellars are just down the stairs. There you'll find my old lodgings.
Could argue that's probably a waste of a cloud kill. I could argue in response. It's cool. The fucking Jondians. Who is John and what did they do to deserve that? Basement got fumigated.
The mechanism to open it is somewhere among the wine racks.
What if instead of Elixir of Bloodlust, it was Elixir of Judlust? And that's what all the film producers in the early 2000s drank to keep giving Judd Apatow films. What then? You're so brave. What if Vlaakith was actually Jacketh? Like Jack Sparrow. Cooking. A Jost, not to be confused with the the SNL guy. Gortash was actually Gort Rash and nothing changed about him. Go on. Oh, goodbye. Look at that fire shield chill damage. Oh. Oh, baby. Yeah, that's that good shit. Fire shield, no chill. I like it. Yeah, I'll take another ghost. Why not?
Here goes nothing. Survival is all that matters.
You're blinding my Spectre? That's your play? Okay. Like having this much to do on reactions. It's fun. Just because I think it's hilarious to counterspell Misty Step. flex on him. Three stacks of purple worm and bleed. The bleed. There he goes.
You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon. Now search the room. There's a statue.
What's the heavy breathing? It's the ghost. Sorry, it's actually me.
Soon.
So let's go kill Orin. Kill Orin, kill Orin. What's harder for me, normal Orin or Slayer Orin? Slayer Orin is stronger by every metric that matters.
Stow. The Baal amulet trembles in fright.
That's something that, in my opinion, has changed on as I've learned more about the game. But yeah, normal Orin is an absolute joke. Slayer Orin is the one capable of inflicting meaningful harm. Hey, let's go, Jackson. We're saving up 100k. Let's see.
Orin is wasteful in her slaughter, undisciplined.
You would dare criticize the Lady of Murder in her ancestors' temple.
Orin plays with her.
There you go, TD Max, courtesy of Jackson.
Eats it. I don't see the point. I see you're hungry. May I recommend biting your tongue in case she hears you?
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, Neurosis, it's really nice redeem. I figure, like, people who hang out a lot,
Tell me then,
make sure someone doesn't have to deal with ads.
point of murder if not to eat?
What am I using to herd them? So Falarlo's Shriek is one of a few things that NPCs will like go out of their way to run away from. So if I shriek and then go invisible, they're gonna try to get away from the shriek. And these guys don't move back to their original positions. Their AI is not set up to do that. So if you want to group things up for the Orin fight, you could do that. Note that using it against things that are already red, like perma-hostile, you'll start having to roll stealth checks to stay in your invisibility. Because it is considered hostile in that capacity, but for neutrals, it's not. I should use a real short rest here.
That took the edge off.
Hate having bad initiative. Turns do I have left on Shillelagh? I guess I kinda want my physical res. Kind of. Blast goes through Unstoppable, so everything goes through Unstoppable. I don't think you understand what Unstoppable does. It reduces damage to 1. Now, Boon of Ball does an interesting thing where, because of the stack ID, basically not matching. Explain this. How do I explain this in layman terms? There's windows of time where Unstoppable doesn't block damage, but that's not specific to any unique thing you can do. It's just sometimes there's a window between Unstoppable being applied and Unstoppable being refreshed, where it won't block certain instances of damage sometimes. But I think what you're not understanding is that Unstoppable reduces damage. It doesn't stop status effects. So, like, not only did I stun her with Mind Blast, I put her to sleep with Drow Poison. Like, you can apply Paralysis. It just reduces the damage to 1. Funny thing I discovered, you can become invisible, throw Orin in the hole. Yep, I've done that. Did that for the temp HP Bloodlust to help mitigate that. Without Agathis, these guys don't one-shot themselves. Did a lot of damage to yourself there, Orin. You okay? She's okay. Halsin's dumbass. Alright, hard fight. Damn, Withers put in a lot of work here. Yeah, Withers did so much of that damage.
Blood to blood, you have robbed another god of his chosen. A glint of light on something in the blood catches your eye.
Let's look at the combat log a bit. Orin did her multi-attack, which is great. She doesn't often click this when I'm doing retaliation builds. I wonder if the low AC encouraged it. Or maybe it's because I was bleeding. Yeah, it's probably that. But, yeah, so she hit me for 3, and then took all that. And she hit me for 3, and she took all that. She hit me for 3, and she took all that. She hit me for 2, and she took all that. Isabel's gloves cleansed something off of me. Oh, that contagion. Yep, that's why I put the bond.
What is this foul place?
Halsin, that's you. You're the one that smells.
Oh.
Man walks into his own room. What is this foul place? We could go Jith Yankee mode. Yeah, Mizzy. How do you get that blessed buff from the statue without long rest? So I didn't get it from the statue. If you go to the Wave Mother's house, you know, the Umberly Church, the offerings chest, put one item in. Don't take anything, just put an item in and then leave. You'll get a bless until long rest. You can do this once per character. And you can do it for everyone in the party, but once per person. Like 1 gold. I usually try to give a silly item, but yeah. Scal's Glow always proc in different damage instance? Yes. Every individual instance of damage attributed to you will receive Callous Glow. Like put a rotten tomato and get blessed? You could.
Seize the third stone before it breaks free.
Who will I fight next? Still haven't done the House of Grief. I'll fight something I can, like, retaliate effectively against. Orin's one of the better showings of that. I guess it could be Big Stupid Dragon time if I want it to be. House of Queef. They don't have that much fun in there. Lemon time.
I should speak up.
What's it now? Take your pick.
that. I do need to go back to hell anyway. Hey DK, how are you? Trying to figure out if I want to do Iron Vine or Hammer of the Just against Big Stupid Dragon. I'm leaning Hammer of the Just. I think we're gonna try to do Armor of Hexes, you crit me now strats. That'll be fun. I could spawn a ghost off of him whenever I want. Could maybe be a good distraction. What did Big Stupid Dragon do to deserve the stupid part of the title instead of being simply Big Dragon? Because it's an uninteresting fight and it's really fucking boring and his AI sucks and just like no part of that encounter is the slightest bit interesting. So, he's stupid. I don't think I can reasonably make answer brittle. Ham there? No. My 5th playthrough, 2 normal ones, 3 honor modes, 7 Father Dragon ones, can never find them. Oh, well, I'm about to head there now, so you can see if you need to. Know exactly what qualifies an ability to be action refresh. Don't know the specific criteria. If I'd say about this playthrough, maybe. Probably. I usually do all bosses. Is the Nihil reference a name to name or reference to Elden Ring? Yes, I can speak, but yes. But in terms of why certain things are action refresh, no idea. There are like some trends, but then there's just weird things that break those trends. Like Dragonborn breath weapons, yes. Until patch 8, where the fire ones are no longer action refreshes. Now the theory is it's because they use those as a base to design the dragon form breath, and they changed them somehow. But like... Clementine! Why would any of that work like that? I don't fucking know. I think we'll actually do the answer thing in 2 phases. I think that makes the most sense to me. Hey, Thom. Hope you're well. Probably just spaghetti code. It's weird, because, like, some things have been added to the action refresh list, some have been removed. Like, before patch 8, Phantasmal Killer was one. In patch 8, Phantasmal Killer is no longer one, but Chain Lightning is. Why did that change? I have no idea.
With haste.
What is it this time?
Better not be cursed.
Tuesday's been well? Yeah, it's been good. I gotta stop grinding my teeth. At some point, I became a leap gnasher.
Might as well. It's over. I'll be. You might have unlocked my cell, but there's no escape from this place.
It's an action refresh. So you know how when you enter combat,
Seek out my connection.
you don't have your action? It's things that don't cause that.
Can't give up now. Keep focused. Light on my feet.
Warlock makes more sense with a level of 1 or 11. No. I think there's lots of levels where Warlock makes sense. So I don't agree. Sometimes that's 1, sometimes that's 11, but sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 12. Depends on what you want out of your build. Like, 12 is Life Drinker. 6 is Ghosts. If you're doing maximum, like, optimized Ghosts builds, well, that's 6. Because the other 6 are needed elsewhere. If you're especially below Honor Mode and doing a melee-focused Warlock, you're going 12, because Life Drinker is fucked up below Honor Mode. If you're doing optimized Eldritch Blast, you're doing 2, because you need 10 for Evocation Wizard. And you need 2 for your Warlock Invocations. concentrate on anything here. So a Reddit comment: the static loot is worse for build variety than random loot in addition to the new, in relation to the new Divinity game, how the DOS games random loot disagree with it, wondering what your thoughts on it are. So those kind of takes come from people who have not engaged with the static loot, and that they require the game to make some amount of decisions for them to determine what they're building with. It's very Borderlands Diablo brained. It's like, but random numbers mean replay value. It's like, no. No. A quick way to disprove this, even if you're not into this game, how the fuck are people still coming up with new challenge runs for the original Dark Souls? Sure, some of the items you need to farm, they're random drops, but like everything is the same. So like fixed loot is fine. The loot is what the loot is, and you build with it, you run with it, you... It's definitely looter brained, and I'm not gonna say that... I'm not gonna call that way of thinking stupid, but there are a lot of people who view gaming as an entertainment medium strictly through looter dynamics, and they do not understand any sort of game mechanic that isn't present in looters because of that, or any take on a game mechanic if it's done outside of their chosen looter. Like, again, try to get a Borderlands player to understand anything outside of a Borderlands game. In any game. It's impossible. You can't.
I am Ansel. Ansel, Facey.
Yep.
Ansel. It's unhappy you, and now you bring. I let this.
Not call it stupid, but it's pretty stupid. I mean, it is. It's fine, I plan on resetting the fight anyway. Saying Baldur and Giant Slayer is bad and a bot, can you explain why it does good damage? No, it doesn't. What about it makes you think it does good damage? Even throwing away that there's many weapons that do more damage than it. Things being outdamaged by something else does not inherently mean that it doesn't do good damage. But no, with Baldur and Giant Slayer, it just doesn't do good damage. The baseline premise here is flawed. Because what is it? A +3 greatsword, which nothing wrong with that inherently. Silver Sword of the Astral Plane is good, and it's a +3 greatsword. But what is the other bonus damage you get? Okay, your strength modifier. So let's assume you... Let's be ridiculous. Let's be charitable in favor of the Baldur and Giant Slayer, and let's say you're doing a 30 strength build, which is possible. Now, nobody using the Baldur and Giant Slayer would know how to do that, but it's possible. So let's say you have a +10 strength mod, so Baldur and Giant Slayer is giving you an extra 10 damage. It's still getting slaughtered in output by all of the Githyanki swords that have built-in psychic damage, so that's Silver Sword of the Astral Plane, that's Soulbreaker Greatsword, and that's the green Greatsword that Beretha had back in Act 1. So, once again, something being outclassed doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, but it does less damage than every other unique greatsword. Like, Jorgorel's greatsword does less damage single target, but it has an uncapped target AoE. Like, it's actually beat by every greatsword that isn't the Everburn Blade. And that's just greatswords. And I have news for you. Greatswords are not towards the top end of two-handed weapons. It gets slaughtered by every piercing weapon. All of them. It gets slaughtered by great axes. At least the Hellfire Great Axe. And the Blooded Great Axe. It gets slaughtered by Ratbat, praise be. Gets slaughtered by quarterstaffs. By battle axes. Once again, all of the piercing ones. Halberds also beat it. Like, why do you think it does good damage? Because it says the word damage on it? Critical thinking. It doesn't, or maybe you made the assumption that it works like the Titan String Bow. It doesn't. Titan String Bow applies your strength modifier as bonus damage to every instance of damage that you do with it. Walderness Giant Slayer does not do that. Off the Quag, I refuse to think critically. Oh, yeah, that's valid. Wish I knew about BG3 sooner. Glad you're having fun, man. I'm hearing that I should make 30 Strength Wizard Titan String and cast level 6 Magic Missile. No. No, Titan Weapon does not apply to Magic Missile. Titan Weapon applies to arrows. I guess I can equip that. When did I start playing this for stream, Glenny? I don't know, pretty quickly after it came out. Like, I don't know, a month. What is my hex weapon right now? Is it anything? I guess I'm fleeing the combat.
Let's move.
Here. I really wish Hammer of the Just was a quarterstaff. That would be awesome. Let's do Reviving Hands. Yeah, we'll go Gith mode. Gabby Pugilist. I'm going to be invited, I'm going to be inviting irresponsible amounts of damage here. Brittle's never gonna land, but like, what if we tried anyway?
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it. This calls for careful footwork.
I'll have Peg because I didn't click the flee button. Do I concentrate on anything here? Resonant Stone, let's have Will hold that for now. I don't need it. Does Moon Lantern do anything out of Act 2? Yeah, it's a lantern. It's a light source. That's why it's useful. Callous Glow wants things to be illuminated, for example.
I don't need any attention right now. Keeping my head down.
Yeah, I'm done initiative.
Go from here.
Can't reach destination. Alright, this cursed ass arena. Like, what do you mean by that? Sure. Actually stuck brittle. That's unexpected. Nah, and he saves. That's more what I expected. Oh, and it's back though. Okay, sure. Here. Take those. Nice. I did take 53 bludgeoning there. Ooh, does it need a weapon for that, actually? Maybe I should be doing Iron Vine. Yeah, no, I should be doing the Iron Vine. It's okay, I can make that work. One of these. Gross. What are the odds of sticking brittle? It's let's see. DC 20 currently. Get a unit prone, Mandara boots, yes. Yeah, he's got plus 12 to that save. Ukulele. I do have Sonic Overload on. Okay. I guess I could hex you. Minimally impactful. That wasn't bad. You're too tall. Water Ellie's actually too tall. How about over here? Still too tall.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I'm in the clear here. Is my gear all correct? Yeah, I was supposed to buy a ring of regen from Roland, but I forwore to do that. You stand right there then.
Still on my feet.
Storm will work here. It would. The survival instinct saved it, and then the healing potion healed it. Wall of ice prevent? Yep. You just need cover. Wall of ice works, wall of stone works, shaping of the ice works. Explain reactions, how often do they trigger? So you can set your reactions to ask, Glenny, and I recommend that you do. There's a menu for it. You get 1 reaction point per turn by default. There's 1 weapon in Act 3, but it's a legendary that gives you a 2nd reaction point, but for the most part you get 1 per turn. hitboxes force that crit. Two turns of fire shield left. My armor of Agathis is gone. Does this still work? Of course it does. I never do that. I couldn't remember if they'd fixed that one or not. Ridden? What if I Arcane Gate for fun? What done? Are dragon hitboxes screwing me here? Let's see, let's see. This recast still so buggy? Mm-hmm. Ah, okay, I put both points of the gate there. Because, I thought it was just eating my input. But look, we have a gate from here to here. Isn't that great? Amazing play, thank you. Truly one of the gates of all time? Uh-huh, I think so too. You always expect the long distance gate. The short distance will catch off guard. Yeah, yeah. Is that the Baldur's Gate? Hey, Rap, how am I today? I'm doing okay. Two portals very close to each other. I have ideas. Oh, no. Yeah, what if I just did this stupid shit again? Two. I click for guaranteed damage here. These infinite spells, using shovel and free cast, cheesing. You know how I feel about cheese. Doesn't exist. Absolutely use of an exploit. But if you know how to do it, well, you've put in some sort of effort to know how to meme on the game. The effort was put in learning. I don't feel good about it, so I'm not going to be doing that again for a while after this, but I don't view it as illegitimate. Cheese doesn't exist, and what do you put on a cheeseburger? I put you on a cheeseburger. Come here.
I'm sore. I never thought I'd see him again.
What path lies before me?
We've been eating cheese for a while now.
I'm exhausted.
Is that a threat? I don't know. Alright, so this sword, this came up earlier. It isn't good. I don't know how to describe it other than it doesn't do good damage, and it provides you nothing except for this giant form, which is decent, and damage. So like, the giant form, fine. You can come up with some coke for that. But the weapon sucks. Why do you say need horizontal? Yeah, get some rest, please. Well, I'd also disapprove, but she's dead and there's no cake. What if Karlag using that with Giant Rage and Colossus Elixir for Biggest Lady? Not all those things stacked together. At least not in Honor Mode. Two of those will work together, but not all three. Doesn't double your damage, you have +5 to +10? No, because read the fucking sword, Raid. Alright. 2d6 +8 +5. Is a +5 there double your total damage? This isn't a trick question. Is 5 double 2d6 +8? Hold on, I got this. Baldur's Giant Slayer gives you your strength modifier as additional damage once per like thing that you hit. It's not once per instance. It's not double your damage. It's your strength modifier added again on top of the damage it's already doing, on top of the damage that it as a +3 greatsword that already gets your modifier is doing. So because my strength modifier is 5, that number is 5. That isn't double. That's +5. And you know what this adds? More than 5.
What? Clear out there. I don't care much for your timing, but I like your gold well enough.
+5 damage every attack, which is less than every other unique greatsword that isn't the Everburn blade.
The librarian does this thing with her whip where you're on a force and
Because the Githyanki swords add bonus psychic damage, D4, D4, and D6 respectively. It's a die of psychic damage, so it doubles up on crits. It's psychic damage, so you walk around with Resonance Stone forcing Vuln on most enemies in the game. So Silver Sword of the Astral Plane can be giving you 24 bonus damage. 24 is more than 5. Here you go, Wrath. You wanted to see the tooltip again? Let's see Hoots. Alright, here's Hoots for you, Kels.
Now, that there's a face I'd remember if I'd seen it. Welcome to Sharess's Caress. What can Hoots do for you, stranger? You got a taste for ale, I reckon? Or maybe... Ah, forget it. My new brew
And
could drop you in the wink.
is it though? Is 24 more than 5? Someone ever questioned that? And again, explaining why I'm using Silver Sword in the Astral Plane as a point of comparison. It is a weapon that's available. Hi, Crypto Ducket. Good to see you. Hope you're well. Silver Sword of the Astral Plane is a weapon that's available for way more of the game. You can get it either in Act 1, or you can get it after getting access to Act 2, or you can get it at the very beginning of Act 3. No matter when you get the Silver Sword, it's before Baldur's Giant Slayer. It does more damage. It also has defensive and utility applications. But remember that the real big takeaway here is Silver Sword still isn't remotely competitive for the top end of two-handed weapons. It is by no means a bad weapon. In fact, it's a very good weapon. But it is not even close to the level to which you can push two-handed melee weapons. So, if of the 2+3 greatswords in the game, one of them doesn't hold a candle to the other one, and that one is just kind of good rather than being anywhere near the upper echelon, that means this one is bad. And once again, I could be incredibly disingenuous, and I could argue in favor of Baldur's Giant Slayer, and say, yeah, you have 30 strength. You have a +10 strength modifier. Okay. 10 is still less than 24.
Darling, it's very leather-like.
Imagine seeing a watcher power up for the first time.
Let's say you're applying slashing vulnerability to a target, which is incredibly hard to do in this game, but you can do it. So that bonus slashing, that's going to get doubled up. So Baldur's Giant Slayer would be contributing 20 damage. That's still less. Even if you do a thing that isn't reasonably sustainable, it's still worse. You can invent scenarios that you are not going to achieve, give the weapon the biggest benefit of the doubt, and it's still just worse. So I'm not oversimplifying when I say it just doesn't do good damage. That's why it's not a good weapon. It offers you mediocre And for Act 3, I would say outright bad damage and nothing else. Shit weapon.
I have something to ask.
I has. Yes! I has lots of stuff. Just.
Let's do the fight here because I can. Seems fun. Is it worth fat stacks if I sell or donate to a trader? No, not very much. That's its best use, though. You don't like it for its stats? I don't like because it's ugly or not the same. I kind of like its item model. Like, I think it looks pretty saucy. It's unfortunate that it is a shit weapon, but... Remember my first playthrough being surprised why these stats on weapon after such a tough boss? Yeah, Neurosis. Like, that's another thing. It's going through that slog of a boss fight that even if you have a good handle on your character, ultimately for most people, unless you're specifically trying to clear it super quickly, it just takes you a while. That level of time investment for a terrible reward. Like, the real reward is the helmet that you can just grab. But if you were a runner, use everything that has to do with Giant Slaying, Giant Slayer, Ranger, Giant Slayer, and what else? I mean, if it's a Ranger, I'd win. Forgot to change elixirs. Nah, I'd win. Can you grab the helmet without fighting the boss? You can. You can just walk in, grab the helmet, walk out. Now, technically, it's possible to get the sword without fighting the boss, too. But even when doing that, it's still later than the silver sword and worse. But yeah, for the helmet, it's simple. You just walk in and you pick it up. That's it. I had Will using it on my first playthrough. I remember Will was doing melee themed blade pact stuff. What elixir do I even run here? Big lady. Like the sword? How dare you like a thing? Boo! Boo! See, here's the thing. There's plenty of stuff that isn't good that you could just like anyway. The reason why I'm being so forceful in my description is because, you know, the lack of understanding of what does or doesn't make things good, and the insistence upon not understanding through multiple layers of explanation requires forceful elaboration. By all means, like it anyway. You're allowed to think things are cool. That was juicy. Why can you forcefully elaborate next? Bonk, but... Alright, come over. Like how fleshy it looks. Oh, we're still talking about the sword. Okay, okay. If there's a counter sorcerer is cool even if it's buns, yeah, you're allowed to think things are just cool. That's pretty good damage. It's without Cold Wall, too. Get empty, think cool, I'ma use it. Stop having fun. Disgusting behavior. Am I allowed to think Halcyon is cool? Yes. We don't have to agree. It's so fun. That's such a fun interaction. I think the tooltip setup description are really bad in this. If I understand it correctly, it deals if you have 20 strength, 2d6 plus 5, plus 5, plus 3. Yes, that's correct. And it showed that when I hovered over the damage. You could see it. It showed 2d6 plus 8, and then under that plus 5. If anything, the damage that it displayed was more accurately laid out than the way you just displayed it, in terms of, like, understanding how it's working. Because the first stuff is just standard weapon, and then the second line is its effect. But yes. Is Titan Weapon and Titan Strain work the same way? No, I specifically said that it doesn't, and you were here, and I was responding to you, so please listen. I will repeat myself. Again, for the thing I said when you were here and we were talking about this. Titan Weapon applies to every instance. To every arrow. So, for example, if you shoot an arrow of slaying at something, that's 2 instances, Titan Weapon goes on both. If you have Crater Flesh Gloves, and you crit, Craterous Wounds goes on both of those instances, and then also gets Titan Weapon. So you're getting 4 times Titan Weapon. 4 times your Strength modifier is more than 1 times your Strength modifier. So when I said they're not the same, I did in fact mean they're not the same. Did you listen this time?
Welcome. You seek to peruse the special goods, I take it.
Once again, for everyone else's benefit, questions are welcome, and I encourage and appreciate, and I'm happy to gently explain. I only get snippy about it when people are blatantly not fucking listening when I'm talking directly to them and only them. You know? Just like, if you're asking a question, actually want it answered, please. Thank you. It's intensely frustrating to have my breath wasted. Especially when there's other people in the chat I could be engaging with. Engage with this? Oh, that's a butt. Shoot.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Thank you, Quag, for what? Thank you for being here.
Good for you. As a trader, I'm going to look for a place too.
Incredible timing. Very, very kind gesture, Danny, redeeming a free sub for Neurosis. Right as Neurosis clicks the prime. That's incredible. Thank you very much, Neurosis. I appreciate it. Also, I need to hydrate with coffee, because that's the same thing, right? Alright, let me find someone. Yeah, I'll pass it along elsewhere. There you go. Courtesy of Danny.
She's just a girl.
When I tried to
she's on
fool a
fire.
sharpie like
There
you,
go, Quag.
have a look.
Quite a lady.
Also, it's not a very hard thing to test in game. Want to know if it's a DRS? Shoot something, see if it's DRS done. Fireball, you're absolutely correct, but I think you're also being too charitable. Because often, a lot of these mechanical understanding, lacks of understanding, I should say, are not from, like, people who are actually trying to understand how things work. Like, going back to the slop discussion earlier, of opening a video with, like, poison damage bad, and then predicating your entire fucking pile of bullshit on it, knowing on some level that you are being intellectually dishonest. It's like, this could be easily debunked by spending 5 seconds actually seeing how something works, by just, like, clicking on the pretty colors on the screen. But this is also why I say that people who frequent spaces like BG3 builds just kind of don't play the game, because it's very, to your point, very easy to test this stuff without much knowledge of mechanics, just clicking buttons in the most simple of ways. So what I try to do is I try to encourage genuine interest and, like, receptiveness to any amount of new information,
The bosses expect.
instead of tripling down on what you've decided on your head, even through the conversation that you're having.
You think I want my clan facing down one of those walking death machines with cutlery? Then leave me to my work.
I do have a question. Listen intently. Sure, Spider. Back when Patch 8 first added the new subclass, I remember thinking Giant Barbarian absolutely cracked, because if you paired Tavern Brawler, your strength modifier would be added twice, both to base attack and to elemental cleaver. Use Electric, you can make enemies wet and do some pretty insane damage. The question, did Larian do away with the damage attack and elemental cleaver? Why did they do away with it? Yes, about a week after Patch 8 dropped, they hotfixed elemental cleaver to stop working that way. Basically what it was doing, it was working the way it does on Tactician and below in Honor mode. So the way Larian has handled DRS things of that nature has been very, like, from one point of view, you could call it arbitrary. From another point of view, it's like, alright, they look for certain things that people really flock to too much, and then they decide whether or not they're going to change them. But the ideology behind those things has not been consistent, because, like, Titan String Bow is the most popular thing in the fucking game across the fandom, and never touched. But they did decide after a week of Patch 8, no, Elemental Cleaver can't do that. They decided after some time in the stress test of Patch 8 that Swarmkeeper couldn't keep theirs either. So, like, they targeted certain ones. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you developer intent. And I try not to interpret developer intent, because how the fuck would I know? I'm just some guy who plays the game.
Only if you
But yeah, they specifically targeted that one. Stormkeeper still has it? Yes, but you have to have Praise Sent active. That did not used to be the case. Both versions of the swarm damage used to do the thing. Honestly, after Nerf, kind of felt like Giant Barbarian became incredibly mediocre. It didn't. Giant Barbarian's still incredible. I'm happy to report. Because think about all the things Elemental Cleaver does. One, it's a free action with no per turn limit, so you can just customize, you can make your weapon do whatever kind of bonus damage that you want. You can do it to as many weapons as you want. You can also apply it to ranged weapons, and applying bonus elemental damage, whatever you want, and applying both, like, returning and throw to your weapon means that Giant Barbarian is capable, just right out the gate with Elemental Cleaver, of a few things that no other class can. For example, you can throw Nair Misser, yes, the force damage hand crossbow, to have a just, like, full weapon damage, force damage throwable. There's no other way to do this in the game. You could just have that. You can do the same thing with the Shadow Blade from Arabella's Ring, specifically that one, to have a throwable that does pure psychic damage, and that's really good because, you know, Resident Stone and Shadow Blade just having high base damage. You can, if you do the exploit to get a permanent Flame Blade, you could do it with fire damage with a Flame Blade too. This is on top of Giant Barbarian gets that size category increase while they're raging, which is useful. They get double their rage modifier on throw, so +4 instead of +2, and then starting at level 9, +6 instead of +3. So they just simply do more damage, and that's on top of the Elemental Cleaver damage, which you can customize to capitalize on vulnerability and such. And Elemental Cleaver also works on the, like, actual just damage of your attacks, so you could do it on your offhand crossbow and shoot that. You could do it on your main hand and swing it. And the kick is also really fucking cool. Giant is still one of the strongest subclasses in the game, even post it getting hit with that reduction to Elemental Cleaver's damage. Giant's really good. And unlike, say, Berserker, you still get good value outside of your rage. The issue with the Berserker subclass is that in, like, normal gameplay, you are basically useless if you're not raging. You're just a barbarian with no subclass if you're not raging. Now, Barbarian gets, like, good passives, but, like, the other subclasses don't have this issue where they don't do anything if you're not in their mode. Like, Wildheart gets tons of stuff, active and passive. Giant gets active and passive. Wild Magic gets active things that don't require their rage. Kick bonus action? It is, yes. You can throw an air misser for good force damage? Yeah. If you're a Giant Barb, and you put Elemental Cleaver on it, yeah. So, Giant Barb is peak thrower damage. Kind of. Asterisk. There are situations where someone able to cast and concentrate on Hunter's Mark can outdamage Giant Barb. Sometimes. But in terms of, like, conventional, straightforward gameplay, Giant Barb is the GOAT there. Get bonus action throw at some point. Level 10, you get a bonus action throw. Store and throw a Giant Barb a thing? Yeah. Or is it just not rolling? You can throw whatever you want, Lily Zero. I would encourage, you don't have to gravitate towards weapons that return on any thrower build, but especially take note on Giant Barb, you can make anything you want return to you when you throw it. So, like, think bigger. Like I mentioned before, the Shadow Blade from Arabella's ring, you could just be like, yeah, actually this comes back to my hand when I throw it. And just throw that. But yes, you can use Dwarven Thrower. Dwarven Thrower, regardless of context, is one of the most powerful thrown weapons in the game. Just like Nyrolna is very good, and does AoE damage when throwing. Lightning Jabbers are really good when you throw them. Bloodthirst is really good. Well, only been here like 15 minutes, learned so much. Welcome then. We're kind of fucking nerds. So if you like just picking up random info about the game, and occasionally me yapping and forgetting what fight I was gonna do, stick around. What was I gonna do? Anybody know? Fuck it, I'm gonna throw daggers? Do it. I encourage keeping a pile of daggers on you. The only reason I'm not on this character is because my carry weight is on Nightmare right now. But do it. Shame the silence one doesn't apply silence on throw. Yeah, weapons tend not to apply their effects when you throw them unless they specifically tell you that they do. So like, Nyrolna, Dwarven Thrower, Lightning Jabber, they specifically tell you, hey, this works on throwing. If it doesn't specifically tell you, it doesn't do anything on throw. You'll just get your, like, the weapons damage die. Guild and Stonelord fight? Yeah, I decided that that's something I can do while in the area. Let's go here. Think you're beating the game today? I could. I'm not feeling particularly motivated to do so. I'm just kind of enjoying chatting and chilling. I could beat the game though. Should I? We won't throw gold ingots. Yeah, do they hit as hard as they would in real life? No. Dude is literally named Mr. Hat.
That same ship was at Moonrise Towers, if I'm
Funny NPC.
Alright, time to skulk about. Looks like those two are about to fight.
Wrapped on to put my shield, it's fine.
The guild owns this city.
For the Stone Lord.
Maybe a silly question, is reviving hands because you don't have armor persistence and they could blade ward and heal? I have armor persistence, I'm just choosing not to wear it right now. But yes. Second question, do the gloves work or ring of regen and Baldur's Helm? They do. I'm choosing to trigger it with raspberries right now, so I can keep Scabby Pugilist Circlet on. But yes, you are barking up the correct tree, GG.
More
So dope. I keep avoiding buying the gloves because cleric item. I should grab them and make it to Act 3 this time. That's a good subject to bring up. A lot of people will like try to put items within character identities and then not even consider the items if they are not matching that identity. But like, I'm wearing an item that specifically mentions Barbarian Rage, but I'm not a barbarian. I don't care about that part of it. I care about the second part of it. Probably don't think of Cleric or Warlock when you think of Duelist Prerogative, but should. You've scunched your last blunt. Do you like the Baneful? Yeah, it's a good weapon. As I assigned to class identities for the handful that affects that only trigger or only affect one class. Most of those are very low utility, like Cap of Curing. Yeah. Like, the Paladin gloves in Act 1, the ones that give heroism, I like those a lot. Those are a Paladin item because it's a Paladin-specific thing and they have no other features to them. That's an example of something that goes inside of, you know, a class identity. But there's plenty of items that will say something that references a class, but they have other effects to them. Somehow last night I messed up my shot at Duelist Prerogative of my Warlock. Thought it'd be cool with the necrotic damage to reaction. The neurotic damage I suffered this daily. Sadly, I guess the quest bugged out, or the hunger had her gone rare. So when I returned, Laura was hostile. Oop. Whoopsie. I'm offering to Mishra. I made Shadow Heart level 1. Mishra keeps asking for more. Do I need the whole party to be level 1? Shouldn't. It's not how it works with vendors. I don't really play with the party, so I couldn't tell you if there's some interaction there I'm unaware of. How much did you give?
Moving ahead. Let's see.
Expected 400, received blessing around 1k. weird. Well, at least you can just, like, go steal the money back, right? But still, it shouldn't have taken that much. I have had it sometimes not cooperate, which is why I've stopped giving exactly 5,000. I'll usually give, like, 5.5 or 6 or whatever my gold stack is. Question about the weapon I just picked up, Corpse Grinder. What does it mean? It says you have extra bludgeoning twice in the weapon description. Here, let's go look at it. Can I steal them back? Yeah, go down to the basement, and anything you give is in the corresponding chest that, like, matches the layout upstairs. But don't take it directly, because then you'll get cursed. So just, like, open the chest and send it to camp, and that kind of bypasses that mechanic. But yeah, your money is down there still. Are there any builds in BG3 that allow you to spam some crazy spells like Fireball, this type of AoE blast? My biggest regret so far compared to Divinity, I used to run through everything blasting. Yeah, there's lots of builds that can spam AoE, Coinjoin. Very popular Cleric subclass is Light Domain, because at level 2, the Channel Divinity feature that you get is a pretty big radiant damage AoE centered on you. You get a second Channel Divinity charge at level 6, and you get an amulet in Act 3 that allows you to hold a third charge. So you just get 3 of those every short rest. Plus your spell list is a lot of AoEs in it. You get Spirit Guardians like every cleric does, which is a great AoE centered on you. You just move around, you know, the Radiant Lawnmower as people call it. But if you want to click Fireball, that's in the Light Cleric spell list too. You get Flame Strike and Destructive Wave, which are also very good AoEs. You could call Light Cleric something of an AoE specialist. And I recently did a run, if you want to check that out on the VODs channel, but so it's quite good. You could play an Evocation School Wizard. At level 6, Evocation gets a passive called Potent Cantrip. So any of your cantrips that are like saving throw for half damage, or saving throw for no damage, instead become saving throw for half damage. So Acid Splash is really fun on Evocation Wizards, because then you have, suddenly your Acid Splash is a guaranteed damage AoE that you can just click without spending any resources. So you could just make every one of your things where, okay, I don't want to click like a super expensive spell here, but I want some AoE. Just click that, and you can get the damage to be pretty good. On top of Evocation School, turning off friendly fire on Evocation spells. So you could just stand in your own, like, Ice Storm or Fireball. You could Lightning Bolt through your friends and hit enemies, and they won't take damage. You know, that kind of stuff. And Evocation is the most damaging offensive caster in the game at level 10. So it's got that going for it too. Those are just some ideas. Where did I send Corpse Grinder? It's here. So, what are we looking at? Oh, this here? That's from my Colossus Elixir, Spider. This effect. Where am I going next? Guess we could save Minsk now, right? Let's tell Gortash we're chill. Thanks, sorry, simple question. Sometimes in-game explanation items is entirely intuitive. No, it's no trouble. Just got to Act 3 for the first time on my honor run, thanks to watching you and your helpful suggestions. Let's go, Candy Bar. Make sure to give yourself credit. I didn't do it. I wasn't playing the game. You were, and you did. So well done.
Sneaking into
Happy Glenny. Lord White spam so much, yeah. Such a kind soul. I don't know how to receive that. I try to be. Sometimes I get annoyed, but I try to be. About times where it's like, shit, did I save? Yeah, Glenny. It's... In particular, here in honor mode, sometimes you'll get in the habit of not saving. Because it's like, well, I can't reload save, so it's whatever. And sometimes viewers will ask, like, oh, why are you saving so much? It's not like you can save scum. And yeah, I can't, but the game crashes all the time. So, I've lost... I once lost basically an entire stream of progress because I just hadn't been saving. Ever since then, the bots are spamming stream, stream elements, and Nightbot are spamming reminders. Do you recommend I book it to Lower City, or is there something I need to do before heading down there? Yeah, do Jaheira's quest before you go there, Candy Bar. If you have Jaheira with you, make sure you do that, because sometimes, under certain circumstances, if you haven't progressed the quest enough, she'll assume you just don't want to help her, so she'll just leave. So do that before you go. I personally also always, do, like, the investigate the murder quest there, so that Dolor is at the wine tasting, because that's where I like to fight him. But if Jaheira's already dead, then yeah, you don't have to worry about that then. I just use a mod that saves every 10 minutes. Smart, Jason. Yeah. She's a vendor drops gold. Yeah, yeah. The quartermaster there. To explain what I just did. There's a few vendors in the game. We have a command that explains this a little bit. I think it's that. Yeah. There's a few vendors. Hello? Oh, welcome in. I couldn't begin to pronounce your name. Hi, NBA. Welcome in. There's a few vendors that always drop their gold on death or knockout. And that's one of them. So. It's fine. If there's something you'd prefer to be called, please let me know. I like getting names right. It's a respect thing for me, you know. Lore-wise, which one of the companion characters do you think has the best or worst story arc? I think, unfortunately, the title of, like, worst there is gonna be a competition between Will and Halsin. Will, because they just sort of intentionally gave him nothing to do past early Act 1. He's just very much a passenger. And Halsin, because they left his personality on the cutting room floor, and he also has absolutely nothing to do after his quest concludes in Act 2. Well, it'd be between those. Now, I really like Will as a character. I think it's a shame that they gave him absolutely nothing to do. He's one of the origin characters. It's not even like Halsin was a last-minute addition, okay? But, like, he's an origin character, and he has fuck all going on. But in terms of best, I mean, they very visibly favored Shadowheart and Astarion, and to a slightly lesser degree, Lae'zel. So in terms of having the most fleshed out story content, it'd be between those three. I don't really care to pick between those three.
Aggressive action will not be tolerated in the presence of the patriarch.
Does Madara have anything to do in Act 3? Less than a lot of other companions, but she does at least have the beef with Orin to resolve. So there is still a storyline there, even if she's just sort of like the second person beefing with Orin behind Dirge. If you, for example, don't have Dirge in your playthrough, if you are not Dirge, then like she is the one who has the most personal, like, all right, I'm gonna get her with Orin. So you could kind of compare Minthara and Orin to Karlach with Gortash. There's something. It's not much, but it's something. Whereas, again, Halsin has nothing in Act 3 at all. And Will is just like... I don't know why they hijacked Will's companion quest to give the Emperor more stuff. But...
The Steel Watch. Appreciate your cooperation, citizen.
Dearest Patriarchs, but a moment. I must greet a most honored guest. My friend, forgive the cold welcome.
My work signature is William, so when people greet their emails to me as Bill, I'm like, why do you do that? That's such an annoying thing, because I know some people who... Like, there's reasons why they don't choose certain nicknames for their name. Maybe they associate it with certain people they don't want to be associated with, or maybe they're like a junior or the third or something, and they're trying to differentiate from family members. So there's very good reasons why. Not that you need to justify it ever, for the record. You want to be called a certain name. So people just kind of inserting their own, it bugs me.
Without thorns, it's become vexingly willful. Oh yes, we've much to discuss.
Poor buddy tie with good guy, yeah. Hey, Sublast. Doesn't Will have his dad to save in the Underwater Fortress? Here's the thing, Ravengard is there whether you have Will or not. You could have skipped recruiting Will entirely, and Ravengard is there. So it's not that that's part of Will's quest, it's just that Will doesn't have a quest, he just has a couple of lines inserted into what's already there. Now, sure, you could make the same argument if you never recruited Astarion, well, Cazador is still there, but you have no idea what's happening. It's just like... But contrast... You know, Lae'zel gets the Mountain Pass as part of her storyline. The Mountain Pass is still there, but no one else has story interactivity at all. Shadowheart, her storyline is directly connected to the Act 2 finale. Astarion's storyline is less connected to the main story, but he has the most, like, companion interactivity throughout the game, because we don't get Minsk until Act 3. So he's just always commenting on whatever's happening. And that helps him feel very integrated.
Then we proceed. The Patriarchs await.
Yeah, this is vanilla Gortash, by the way. Sometimes there's a bug where he doesn't look like this. Make sure to install the bug fix mod called the Tyrant of Flavortown. It gives him his vanilla outfit.
A new chapter begins.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of
They have a bug where his teeth are white, too.
enemies within and without?
Now I'm imagining Gortash doing a Sword Coast pompous-ass version of diners, drive-ins, and dives. He does have chicken wings in his pockets right now, if that helps.
Swearest thou true faith and fealty to the same, by word, deed, and decree, so that none may suffer?
I swear.
Gathered guests, grant ye consent? Enver Gortash, the council appoints you.
I feel like they leaned into having Neil, realizing how much of a great match he was for a character, and just kind of spice it up even more. Oh, absolutely. They leaned into just how organic Neil embodying Astarion was. And they're just like, alright, we're going to have this guy do everything. Like, Neil also did the performance capture for, you know, the little intros to companions, the like 1-minute videos you can watch in character creation. He did the performance capture there. So, like, he did a lot of stuff for the game, so of course leading into his character made sense, and he did a great job. Very memorable performance. This isn't to say other people who worked on the game didn't do awesome stuff. And of course, you know, with limited screen time, so to speak, different companions were going to get different levels of development. But I do think that it is a shame that it is very clearly organized into tiers of, like, Shadowheart and Astarion just got the most tender love and care pre-launch and post-launch. Like, they were changing Astarion's skin textures and facial animations as late as patch 7. Like, Lae'zel has... And Dangle Angle. Lae'zel has, again, the whole Mountain Pass thing, but then the Orphic Hammer thing is linked into her storyline, and that's main story. Gale is less than those 3. But the Crown is linked into the Act 2 and 3 storyline. So he's got, like, connective tissue there. And he feels relevant to the goings-on. Will and Karlach, now they changed a lot in development, but Will and Karlach just never really feel connected. Sure, Karlach's got the Gortash thing, and Will's got his dad, but those characters are there regardless of that, and like you don't need those companions to feel that these characters are important. Whereas you do need Astarion to feel as if Cazador matters. You do need Shadowheart to feel as if Viconia matters, if you didn't play BG1 and 2. And then Halsin, Minthara, Jaheira, and Minsk are non-origin characters. They are less developed naturally, makes sense. But even among those, Minsk has a lot of lines because they wanted to get their money's worth for Matt Mercer, but Minsk is barely in the game at all. Jaheira is the nostalgia hire. Makes sense. She was my favorite character in BG2. I love Jaheira. I wouldn't change anything about what they did with her, but she's clearly the nostalgia character. And then Minthara's intended as the evil route character, but she was popular enough that they made her available for more routes through the game. But as a consequence of her being part of the evil route, where there is less content in the game in general, there is less content for her. And then Halsin, they didn't give him a personality or content, so he's just kind of there. They did give him content, they just cut it? Yes, I'm referring to in the final release of the game, yes. Was that a Kevin I hear? Yeah. Kevin's Kevining at my door. You good, buddy? What's up? What do you need? Am I creepy that I can tell their meows apart? No, not at all. They're very different sounds.
They resonate with my own. I commend my involved. You,
Kevin, come here, buddy.
be my equal. We will raise a black key.
I think he wants water. I'm gonna get him water shortly.
Then we will conquer the Sword Coast. Hand me the nether stones and we will not
I'm keeping him.
Games.
I'm keeping him. Love how Minthara in the OG method of getting her, even she's like, why did you do this? I was being controlled. You're apparently just completely unhinged. Yeah, like... Minthara is definitely... Personally, I do think she should have remained only accessible for Evil Route. If only to shut up the people who think that you don't get anything for being evil in this game. You get more. There's less content, but you get more rewards. And Minthara is my favorite character in the game, because I think that it's really cool that they got an unapologetically evil character who is insightful, emotionally intelligent, firmly in her right mind, and a big part of her character is she hates the idea of that loss of control, and she wants to avenge that loss of control. So, like, very, very autonomous person who is fully in control of her actions, and does know right from wrong, and chooses wrong. I think that's great writing. Hey, Kyatsu? Did I get that right? Thank you for the prime. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed the emotes, ad-free, all the good stuff. My cat really wants water. Posted on the SWTOR subreddit that I was happy Bioware got off their wallet and got Laura Bailey to voice new Kara Carson lines last time we played 3 or 4 years ago. Subreddit went fucking crazy because there's no way Laura Bailey would be unprofessional enough to charge more than industry for voice work. People don't know how actors work, I guess, voice or otherwise.
Another step forward.
Minty's reaction being disowned by Lolth is more fuck all the gods actually, which is very slay, and is keeping with a lot of the themes in the game. A lot of the characters have this fuck all the gods thing, and a lot of the characters also have this situation where they were taken advantage of by someone in a position of power over them, so that kind of unifies Minthara story-wise with a lot of these other companions. Is that Jake Meow? Nope, still Kevin. It's wild and stupid that a woman advocating to be paid what she's worth equals unprofessional. I mean, it doesn't. We all know people just hate women. Like, there's always going to be some excuse, but you can do no right, and that sucks, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna get this cat some water and pee real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. We're still in ad jail for about a minute. So we'll hang out. But fun chatting today, everybody. Aside from the me losing my shit early in the stream. I wouldn't say I lost my shit, but forceful condemnation of bad behavior, you know. Mentioning they wanted to get their money's worth from Mercer just reminded me Mercer is some free advertisement because of Critical Role. Yeah, like, this game had a lot of reach, even outside of, you know, people who play CRPGs, people who play turn-based games, people who are familiar with the Baldur's Gate IP or the Forgotten Realms or D&D in general. People who are Larian players, like those are all subgroups of people who got into this game. But then outside of that, it's like there's some people who watch Critical Role who are like, oh, Matt Mercer's in that? That's cool. He's just been a prolific voice actor in gaming and media as a whole for quite some time, but it's probably still what he's most known for, Critical Role, I would say. Which is interesting to me.
What's it now? Take your pick.
Welcome back from Mad Joe. I don't know what fight we're doing next. Probably not going that much longer. Most likely gonna beat the game next stream, because I can't be bothered to do it right now. Or I could just do it right now. Haven't done House of Hope yet, though, and I always like to do that. And I did specifically mention I wanted to do all bosses, because this is no AC prove-a-point run. So I won't rush it. Stepped out for like an hour. Did I miss Orin? You did. Oh, we did Orin a while ago now. Nothing of interest happened. I wonder if I can make Tara update her inventory without resting. Or did herself more like, yeah. You know, YouTuber Workout Evelyn? Yeah, Workout Evelyn's great. She pops in here sometimes. She's good people. And I would say that of the people, especially the people with a larger presence over on YouTube making content for this game, she is decidedly not in the slop category. What do we think is the opposite of slop? I don't know. I feel like there needs to be an opposite defined for that, right? Gale, you okay, buddy? The orb? Your second pro BG3 streamer I found, and the one that convinced there's a lot of good BG3 content out there. Hey, high praise. I appreciate that.
How can I help? With...
Like his best Attack on Titan impression.
Fancy seeing you here.
Tara! That can't be you, can it?
I suppose you won't be terribly shocked to find your...
Enjoy yourself now, Tara. She isn't my Trezin. Oh.
Well...
How can I help? I question... Or be...
Tara. We still got them Jundies and the straps to hold the Jundies in place. Because they're actually a little bit loose to help avoid chafing. So there's a bunch of room in there. Sometimes he stores things in there. Other than his thing.
Welcome to Sword Coast Couriers. To send and to serve. I've become a...
You sense there's more to his anxiety.
I'll give you a nice little bonus as well. A finder's fee. What do you say?
Like orbs? Yeah, the orbs.
Softer than a whisper.
This guy always has purple worm and a haste scroll, and I want those things, so he dies. Say I did misclick and use Broken Promise. Any way to remove that? Die. have your character killed and revived. Something I haven't tried, and I think it was Say who was wondering about this the other day, is using another Broken Promises to turn on the positive. I've never tried to do that. Because I suppose until recently that hasn't been possible in a vanilla game. Adding that to my testing notepad. This streamer tells people in the chat to die.
Very well.
But now we have the technology.
Take your pick.
Yeah, we do. You ever given that mailman Gomwick's letters from Act 1? No XP, just few dialogue? I know of that dialogue, but I've never done it myself, no. Forgot there's something I need to do down here still. Is it there? No. Never mind then. I was gonna go for Out of the Sharpcaster, but... Guess let's do the bank fight. Every time I try to cast a spell that has modes on it via scroll, unable to pick and can't cast it. Why is that? How do I do it? Put it on your bar. It's just a UI bug. Just put it on your bar and it'll be fine. It's annoying, but... UI limitation. Nihil says eat the rich.
Welcome to the counting.
A relaxed tone and easy smile.
My controller too, sometimes on PS5. I don't know about controller there, sorry.
Something has him rattled.
Oh, he's an unusual sort of customer, but the head banker said he'd handle it, so...
Evil cleric option for intimidation.
No.
Getting really annoying glitch right now, or I need to move or drop something for Hordebreaker to be active at the start of a turn. Yeah, Kels, Hordebreaker is one of those one of those things in the game where your position, the game will lose track of. There's a few things that refresh it. The one I've been doing lately is you can just unlock and lock your hotbar, and that fixes it too. I've had to do that with One with Shadows a lot this run. But equipping or unequipping an item, locking or unlocking your hotbar, dropping something, performing might also work, but I've been doing unlock and lock. Use the panties. The panties is the OG method, yeah. I think that's still a command. Yeah. Now 100 times stronger, can finally use scrolls. Hell yeah.
And I'm not kidding. What's stopping you?
Fucking scales. I'd have slapped him.
Oh, I left Resonant Stone. Whose inventory is that in right now? Ah, Will has it. Nihil. Why do I say it every time? Am I stupid? No, I do too? Okay. I'm gonna start putting a post-it on my monitor when I drop the pistone. Smart. Does it matter which suspension or salt you use? Yes, because if you use up, say, the mats that you use to make an elixir of bloodlust, when making something else, you can't then later make that elixir of bloodlust. Who the fuck does that make me? Jesse, what if we were stupid together? Hear me out. Hear me out. I'd love to be stupid with you? Hell yeah. Here we are. I'd like to be stupid with Quag. We can be stupid together. Anyone else want to be stupid? Plenty of room. Count me in? Hell yeah, stuff. Stupid strong together. That's why my carry weight was so good. I was large. It's my default setting, not like you filthy casuals. Or are you saying we merely adopted the stupid? Was molded by stupid. We were born in the stupid, molded by it. I didn't see the inside of a library book until I was already a man. Then it's blinding, right? So disappointed, but the Emperor, gaslight God. Remember, bad guy, the Emperor was so well written as just a manipulator, as a lying piece of shit, that there's people in real life defending the Emperor. So effective that, like, bro successfully gaslit people in a different reality. Truly an artist. I can't play as his friend. That's fine. Now you could play as his enemy the whole game.
You. The absolute.
Enough play, Stone Lord.
All right, this is another very important bug fix mod.
Other plans for this one. Nine Fingers set a poor trap, little banker. Let the absolute.
So until patch 3, Doppelganger Jaheira had clown makeup. I thought it was intentional, and then they patched it out. So I use a mod to put it back.
Absolute has need of it elsewhere.
Isn't she dead? My playthrough? No. That's a doppelganger anyway. But no, Jaheira's fine. How's your day going, Mark? What if instead of Eldritch Blasting, instead of Eldritch Blasting you, I Eldritch Blast the space on the other side of you? Struggling, work kicking my ass. Ugh. I'll fight him. Or if it's kind of a punk too, you unchain him from literal decades of torment. His first response is, "Oh, you should have let my honor guard kill you." Like, bro, I'm trying to be healed, not decapitated. I mean, to your point, he was imprisoned for what, 1,000 years, and he's crashing out about it a little bit. Also, you know, he's a Githyanki. They're not exactly in terms of Githyanki culture, even before Vlaakith, they're not exactly nice. So, I don't think Orpheus is a good guy or anything, but he's understandably upset. And when you tell him to lock in, he does. Hey Twister, how you doing? Any difficulties with the run so far? Every time I check in, it seems super comfy. No difficulties really. No close calls here in Act 3. Orin just kind of hit me until she died. As per usual. Be right back real quick. sorry, I had to grab something from the door. It's snowing again. I don't know, play this game too much. Just heard the go to sleep sounds happen when you pop an angelic reprieve. I was nodding off. How much snow did you guys get? I think we got a foot. I got something like that. Hey, Debbie, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I was complaining about snow. How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do RPG challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate 3. We're doing a solo honor mode I've modded my AC to be at most 0. So the only way people miss me is if they roll a 1, because that's still an automatic failure. I talk a lot about defensive stats in this game and how to actually be meaningfully tanky. And AC is not on the list. The bouncer does not let AC into the club. And this is just kind of a run to showcase why. But yeah, back to fuck snow. I just had to get up and get a package from the door. It's snowing again. Keep ending up back here. Well, thank you. Gortash and Orin down, only end game left. Let's go. Let's go. How's stream going so far? It's going well. It's going well. We took down Orin as well. What else have I done today? I'm brain farting. Orin, Answer, Cazador. Otherwise just kind of running around yapping. 0 AC, my medium heavy armor, shield burn group, shit in their pants just thinking of it. Well, here's the thing, Ashley Badger. Something that a lot of high-end medium and heavy armors have in common, I can speak, pardon me. Need to hydrate clearly, dry throat. Is this magical plate passive? This gives damage reduction, and damage reduction is the GOAT, because think about AC. AC is sometimes you take no damage against a subset of incoming attacks, right? Attack roll things, if they can't clear your AC and they can't crit you, nothing happens most of the time. Like the Splint, exactly like the Splint. Adamantine Splint is the best defensive armor in the entire game because it does a lot in one slot. But why invest into a stat that makes it so sometimes nothing happens when instead you could take a combination of damage reduction, damage resistance, HP, temp HP, and make it so you don't care if everybody hits you. Like, if the worst case outcome is still you being alive, what does it matter if they all hit you? So, I don't gamble. I just ensure that I get the outcome I want. So we're a tank build where we do a lot of damage when people hit us, and I still have a good damage output as well. 1 Nature Cleric, 11 Hexblade Warlock. Hope you get some good rest, Sora. Thanks for hanging out. Also just glad I have a bit of time to hang out. Old hand injury that flared up earlier. Typing's gonna be slow today. Oh, I'm sorry. Overall, just glad to watch stream. Happy to have you, Twister. Yeah, when the weather changes like this, when I was 12, I pretty badly tore a tendon in my foot, and I never did physical therapy or anything. So with that foot, I have very limited range of motion. Like, I can't really turn my foot very much, but it gets really tight in snowstorms, and it's pretty unpleasant. So I can somewhat relate. I don't gamble, I insure is a hell of a quote. You know, a lot of other people, like Mark the Power Hour there in the chat, can attest to, instead of minimizing risk, you're trying to entirely, like, mitigate it where possible. Like, eliminate the worst possible outcomes, and then you will never end up in that situation where the game just says, get fucked. There's only as much RNG in playing this game as you are willing to deal with. What happened, RBF? What'd I do? Oh, what are we signing at? It's the worst case you're still alive. What does it matter if everyone hits you? It's kind of good advice. It'd be great on a shirt. I'm a big believer in just having a big HP pool. Like right now, my character has 159 HP and then some temp HP, and I have 2 DR and resistance to a lot of things. So I would have to sit there not healing with everybody hitting me very hard for a very long time to have a bad outcome. Didn't go to PT? Yeah. I mean, I was a kid. I was 12 when that injury happened. So, gonna wrap some noms and switch to mobile. Might be lurking for a bit in here. Appreciate you, Debbie. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you very much. Fun fact, I had over 50 characters made, most deleted in BG3, never gone to Act 2, scared of the Shadow Curse lands. One day I'll grow brave, house and hold my hand. I've heard a lot of people who have just spent hundreds of hours in Act 1. And I find it really impressive. Like, many things about BG3 impress me. But the fact that Act 1 could just be a game unto itself, and then the game simply keeps going. Is this game secretly good? Yeah, secretly. Why'd you miss? They hit me for 2. They got hit for more than 2. Thousands of hours in Act 1, Quag. Thousands. Yeah, there you go. As you can see, I'm taking every hit. I still don't care. I still am the Joker. I want you to do it. Hit me. Hit me, Batman. RNG is my dopamine in my current auto mode run as a wild magic sorcerer using ancient mega pack mod, nearly wiping my party twice, using some gloves, 40% chance to cast chain lightning. If I got hit, husband thrives more on control. So I bet he'd love the build you're using. Yeah, for me, I like eliminating the randomness where possible. But again, not to sing this game's praises to an annoying degree. It's just there's support for however you want to play it, and I think that's pretty great. So I'm using a fun little tech here that's actually only possible because of low AC. But the Hexblade's Armor of Hexes feature that you get at level 10. Basically, if someone you've hit with Hexblade's Curse attacks you, you can spend a reaction, and you have a 50% chance to turn their attack roll into a 1. It only works half the time. But if that works, and your AC is 1 or less, then you turn their attack into a critical hit. And if they critically hit me, well, my retaliation effects do more damage. I'm a half-orc, so I get an extra damage die on top of any of that are dice-based are already going to double up. So I am intentionally making enemies crit me so that they hit themselves for more damage. That's how little I care about taking damage. Thanks for streaking. Always appreciated. Do I have an angle on either of you? No? It's fine. Really crazy you can make a 0 AC build work in this game. Less crazy than you think, Twister. Remember, AC is a stat that has a chance to do something up until a very high threshold of investment. A chance to do something against some things. But there are defensive stats in this game that always do something against everything. So it's a matter of, again, how much are you willing to gamble? And I find a lot of players overvalue the impact of AC on your survivability. Like, a number that you hear tossed around a lot as a good amount of AC is 24. For some reason, it's really common, and let me know if there's been, like, a video or something that claimed 24 is a good number to hit. For some reason, it's really common that people think 24 AC is good. You can have 20 AC on the Nautiloid with, like, starter gear on a level 1 character with no consumables or anything. You could just have 20. It's not hard to get from 20 to 24 there, but something to keep in mind about enemies here in the game is on Tactician and Honor mode, they all have this difficulty Tactician bonus, this +2. So every NPC in the game has that +2. Even if they have no bonuses to their stats, they're not using a weapon they're proficient with, they're still rolling with that +2. So it just takes an enemy having a small amount of bonuses to make it so they can consistently hit 24 AC. And any hit that you take effectively means that the amount of AC you had did nothing. So if you're giving up a bunch of gear slots or important item slots to get AC and then you're getting hit, you got nothing. Whereas by giving up fewer slots for defenses and taking damage reduction, you can make it so you don't care if you get hit, and you compromise less on your offenses and your mobility and your utility. Like, I can trade 2 of my temp HP to make these guys one-shot themselves. It's just better. And again, mod displays reaction? Yes. You're over there somewhere? Okay. You know what's funnier than 24? Is it 25? Now, throwing out more AC numbers. You're not safe from goblins and most Sharans until 27 AC plus crit immunity. You're not safe from Githyanki archers until 31 AC plus crit immunity, and as soon as they get the high ground, you need 33. You're not safe from Orin and Saravok until 34 AC. You're not safe from Voss using the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane until 39. And you are never safe from Moonrise Paladins if there are any Moonrise Clerics around, because they can each individually give +10 as a reaction. So if you're fighting one Moonrise Paladin, there's 3 Clerics, +30 to the attack roll. Enjoy the hit. The high ground, you say? Hear that, Anakin? Well, it is over now. Was it because I had the high ground?
Come on, open up.
I don't need what's in there. I feel like throwing one roll at it. I don't know if it's my game, but Gith Archers tend to high roll their damage dice. Gith Archers just hit hard. Like, just as a general BG3 factoid, archery is the highest, like, peaking weapon class of, like, types of melee, or types of weapon damage. Just speaking broadly as a category, archery is stronger. It just hits harder, more damage. Again, not in every case, there's specific exceptions, but if you were to paint with a broad brush, archers are the enemy type you should be the most scared of outside of certain kinds of spellcasters. Most NPC Githyanki get bonus psychic damage that we as player Githyanki don't get. But Githyanki archers also have high dexterity. They have battle master maneuvers to add additional die onto their attacks. They have high mobility. Some of them carry arrows of many targets. Some of them carry arrows of Ilmater. So they can shut off your healing. They can ricochet arrows off of you to hit your buddies. They can attack a bunch of times. They can trip you. They can give their allies temp HP. They can teleport. You need some amount of initiative to make sure you beat them in the turn order. They're very dangerous. They don't have that much HP or anything, but like they don't really need it. They do a lot. Cat says hi. Hi, Wrath's Cat. Is that why I always use Moonrise Paladins in my defensive examples? Because they functionally cannot miss due to the clerics? Yes. They're kind of an exception to the stat of AC. Because not only does War God's Blessing work out that way to bypass having meaningful amounts of AC, so you should always plan on taking the hit. If they land on certain numbers with that War God's Blessing reaction, they can crit you through your crit immunity. So you really want to just be tanky. It is the ideal counterplay there, you know? Where did I put... I need this, briefly. I ran out of Fire Shield scrolls, so I'm going to use this armor to cast it.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Oh, and in
I can taste your...
Roller mucus here. My initiative's not going to be fantastic here, but that's fine. How do I want to open this? Let's go with light. I was gonna spawn a ghost, but I don't want to risk that ghost killing Minsk. Let's drag you over here. Go. Pretty good damage. So I took a total of 4. And she took that many. Got him with the crawler mucus.
Against the dark.
Get rid of him.
Help him?
Don't be foolish. He is too unpredictable.
I took a turn to use thaumaturgy there. Maximize my chances. Ow. I hate that bug, sorry. Yeah, don't spacebar when people are using their tadpoles if you value your eardrums. I forget sometimes. Vince, why are you holding your hands like that? Okay. I guess he thought he still had a weapon.
But none like you. He says we will join
Right,
with
go to camp. Let's do the guild fight. Let's get a little more movement speed. Vince can break a wall with his bare hands and only has 12 strength. So, NPC strength scores are really funny to me. Because, like, Yenna can fold Astarion. Like, Yenna and Arabella could just beat the shit out of, like, all of the dudes. And I just think that's really funny.
Might be useful.
Honestly, they should. I agree. Like a second look at Gale? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Did you like his outfit? He's got everything he needs. Like him very much? Yeah, yeah. Thank you, of course. Does Halson have a good outfit too? Halson gets to survive a Quag playthrough. That's his reward for today.
No time. Come on.
Ooh, mac and cheese? Oh, I want some mac and cheese. So, Automod didn't like this message. Comrade Mayonnaise, Automod didn't like fingers my. So, 9 fingers my beloved. Normal sentence. But it sees fingers my. gotta allow 2 more. Automod accidentally becoming peak misogynist. Automod it's had some interesting positions. I think it fell down some pipelines. Remember when it didn't like the term smart lady? Yeah, it's had some interesting picks. Because it wanted to say genius lady. You know, that's charitable, Ashley. I like that. Hey, you leave Lady Lockjaw alone. If you kill Lady Lockjaw, I'm gonna crash out. Oh yeah, you're never gonna get that kill. You don't do damage. One of these days I should try fighting both sides at once. That could be fun. Watch some Battlemaster pull their load and fail to kill one person. Yeah, if you've ever wondered, like, why I harp on Battlemaster doesn't have enough resources, this dude blew all of his resources for short rests, attacking this one person and failing to get the kill. He's tapped. He's cooked. He has nothing left. Yeah. Be honest, do you guys think I have a shot with Lady Flux? Do you think if I played my cards right, she would just take the battle axe and make me an unrecognizable puddle on the floor? You know, if I'm lucky. Nope, I don't either. But, like, NPCs in this game, there's something different. Oh, I should talk to Nine Fingers. Sorry, distracted by Barbarian Lady with big weapon.
I want to have a word.
Suppose I should have seen that. I'm too nice. You'll have what guild blades I can give.
Okay, thanks. Bye. What else can we do? I can squeeze in one more fight today. Mystic Carrion wouldn't really be anything. Let's do Sarevok. Let's go make Sarevok hit me until he's dead. I do need a fire shield, though. Gonna have to check vendors. I should probably go full damage for that too. So what's that gonna look like? Callous Glow. Yeah, we'll go Gith mode. Keep Baldurin on for saving throws. What elixir am I on right now? Switch to Vigilance. That'll let me go Vicious Shortbow here. Alright.
You! What are you doing here?
Got Fire Shield rolling. Feel like he tends not to, but I'm looking anyway. Oh, he has one. That's my guy right there.
But never mind that.
I haven't fought Mysticarian since my first playthrough. He scares me. He's got a bunch of stuff that's, interesting. His legendary action is one of the more potent ones, in my opinion. So it's pretty cool. We're gonna disguise as a Gith. He has stuff, but honestly, Fireball doesn't. And yeah, vulnerability to fire means he's very easy to just delete. But if you fail to delete him, or choose not to capitalize on the Fireball, he can be a meaningful challenge. I think's cool. Break the long rest potion. Get all my resources back. Oh, if you didn't know, before you, like, move her from the Blushing Mermaid, Ethel, while disguised as Captain Grizzly, she has a long rest potion in her inventory every day, every reset. And she does not care if you fail to steal it. So you can just keep trying until you steal it successfully. So that's why I had an extra couple this run. And I think that's very funny. Just infinite long rests by trying and failing to pickpocket a disguised hag who, in my head, she's chill about it because she's trying not to blow her cover.
I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
I get that just because I can? Sure. I'm not going to use the ballast armor. At least not today. But it's fun to have. Speed pot over there in case I want to use it.
Out of sight.
I'm almost one-shotting yourself, Sarabok. You got more in you? No, he's dead. How to handle you? How's my spell save DC right now? 15? You do have cult resistance. So let's zero that out. That can move you. And just to add insult to injury, it's also Terrazul. I've been using the wrong fly, left some damage on the table. Whoops. Almost the one turn. Again, I left damage on the table by using the wrong fly. That's the Murder Tribunal. How much damage did I take? 25? Yeah, just 25. Exactly my temp HP. I took no damage on my actual HP. Not bad. Would have taken less damage with a higher AC. Yeah, this big hit. I forced him to crit me via Armor of Hexes. So him being cold vuln, I had Dollar Maris, cold infusion, all that. 76 from Armor of Agathis, and then 88 from Fire Shield Chill, and then all my damage riders. We had 19 from Caustic Reprisal, 15 from Exoskeletal Endurance. And Sarabok has 2 damage reductions, so he was reducing a lot of this. That's pretty sick.
Open up.
One day I'll catch a break.
I forgot to change rings there. That's damage I left on the table too. Oops. And I didn't unequip my shield to get a second Armor of Hexes, but I clearly didn't need that. Yeah, I think that's a good stopping point for the day. Sorry to end so soon after such a big raid. But thank you again, Devi and everyone from Devi's community for coming to hang out and stuff. I probably finish this run up tomorrow. What day of the week is tomorrow, anyway? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna finish this run tomorrow. Depending on how early in the stream I finish it, might start a new run. My plan for the next run is I'm gonna do a Wild Magic Barbarian. There's a pretty cool thing you can do, some animation manipulation, so to speak, to keep your ability to spellcast while raging as a barbarian. And I think that's pretty cool, and I want to build a run around it. So that'll be it. Danny's live. We'll go raid Danny. But thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. As usual, for all the love, the support, the discussions, the chat, and the lurk, and the raids, etc., etc., etc. You're all awesome. Head over there. If you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle. If not, that's okay too. Danny's doing a solo honor Arcane Archer run. Yeah, you'll have fun over there if you haven't already been. But I'm sure a lot of you have. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you next time, and bye-bye.
Oh, well, he's gonna...